Chapter 944. The Gu Formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was not set up by old ancestor Shui Hu. Copy web address. Even though he was a rank 8 great expert, he could not set up such a Gu formation. In order to set up this Gu formation, old ancestor Shui Hu personally invited the number 1 formation path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, Sun Ming Lu. Sun Ming Lu was a righteous path Gu immortal. He had a strong personality. He did not want to be a part of this evil. Old ancestor Shui Hu knew that he could not be forced. He put down his pride and invited him several times. After a total of 7 invitations, the last time, old ancestor Shui Hu used Lady Wan Shou to convince Sun Ming Lu. Although Sun Ming Lu had an unyielding character, he valued friendship very much. Old ancestor Shui Hu set up a refinement path Gu formation for his beloved wife. He was deeply moved by his sincerity. Thus he took action. This matter had caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world back then. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Sun Ming Lu fought intensely with the Central Continent Gu immortals. He set up a Gu formation and prevented the Central Continent Gu immortals from advancing for several days. But eventually, the Gu formation was broken and Sun Ming Lu died. After his death, someone wrote his biography. Biography of Sun Ming Lu had detailed records of old ancestor Shui Hu's invitations. According to the remains of the Gu formation, this Gu formation in front of me has at least 30 layers. That Sun Ming Lu had set up 12 layers of compound Gu formations. He was publicly recognized as the number 1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. The Gu immortal who created this place was definitely a great grandmaster. There is even a possibility that he is a supreme martial grandmaster. Supreme Martial Grandmaster. The realm above Great Grandmaster was transcendent. For example, the 3 Supreme Grandmasters of Refinement Path, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Immortal Kong Ju, and Old Eccentric Tian Nan. Every single one of them was unique. They had achieved something that no one had ever achieved before, and perhaps no one would be able to achieve in the future. Food Path Gu Formation, Phantom Path Gu Formation, Metal Path Gu Formation, Strength Path Gu Formation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with divine light. His gaze pierced through the purple sand and saw all the traces of the Gu formations inside. His heart gradually sank. From the beginning to the end, he had never forgotten his original purpose. Based on the current situation, the chances of obtaining the rebirth technique were getting smaller and smaller. And inside these Gu formations, they were on the verge of death. Mortal Gu that were struggling at death's door. There was not a single immortal Gu. Maybe it was because the wind blew. The explosion destroyed the immortal Gu. Or maybe these 2 or 3 food path Gu formations could not feed the immortal Gu. In the following period of time, the immortal Gu starved to death. Finally, Fang Yuan was in the deepest part of the ground. He found a damaged wisdom path Gu formation. This was the 7th wisdom path Gu formation he had found. The Gu formation was already very damaged. This made Fang Yuan even less hopeful. But who knew that when Fang Yuan looked carefully, he had an unexpected harvest in this Gu formation. In this Gu formation that was on the verge of breaking, there were actually some thoughts preserved. These thoughts were in a state of absolute stillness. It should be the effect of this wisdom path Gu formation. As long as they had a thought, they could naturally communicate. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He used all his strength and started to unravel this wisdom path Gu formation. He was very careful, because this wisdom path Gu formation was like a building that was about to collapse. Fang Yuan had to move slowly. Fortunately, he was already a wisdom path grandmaster. His attainment level was high. A moment later, he understood this simple wisdom path Gu formation and successfully infiltrated it, gaining control of this small Gu formation. Next, he let out thoughts into the Gu formation to communicate with these still thoughts. After more than 80 years, this Gu formation is finally completed today. In the next few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, I will be refining Gu here. After becoming an immortal zombie, even though I got rid of the limitation of lifespan, but his brain was not working very well. Thus, I asked Yellow to add this small Gu formation to store my thoughts and help me think. This Gu formation is really useful. Not only can it help me refine Gu, it can also block Providence's senses. I only used 200 years to refine 8 Soul Path Immortal Gu. There are 6 rank 7s and 2 rank 8s. They come here to me every year. Large amounts of immortal materials were delivered. It's hard to imagine that I still have a time when immortal materials can't be used up. I have countless immortal materials. I am truly too blessed. Maybe I should try those incomplete immortal goo recipes. There was an accident when I was refining goo today. I tried to fill in the incomplete Devour Soul immortal goo recipe, but I refined an immortal goo with unknown effects. Although it is also a soul path immortal goo, I think I should leave the testing to someone else. The goo refinement failed. 3 of my defensive goo formations were destroyed. Even the main refinement path goo formation was damaged. That swindler of jewel yellow skies, that unscrupulous merchant, he actually used tampered immortal materials to deceive me. I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive to vent my anger. That unscrupulous merchant has already been punished. Azure is really good. These days, yellow came to fix all the goo formations. I can refine goo now. Purple came to inform me to be careful. Azure is in trouble. So that unscrupulous merchant goo immortal who deceived me was actually a pawn of the celestial court. Fate. It still exists. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not able to destroy it. It is the accomplice of this wretched heaven. I will destroy it sooner or later. Azure's trouble is getting bigger. There are 7 of us. Sacrificing any one of us will be a huge loss to each other. Sigh. I harmed him, but he has already made up his mind. Maybe I should try that aspect. Before leaving, he took away that soul path immortal goo. So this is the effect of an immortal goo. I hope it can be of help to him. Azure failed. His outcome is extremely tragic. He is only a step away from death. Yellow barely managed to keep him alive. His injuries cannot be healed. They can only be healed over time. This time will be hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Our greatest battle strength has been lost. Azure's failure made me understand that the previous path was impossible. We are born with flaws. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate us. It seems that is green. I need to understand the profundity of life and death. No one is more suitable than me for this task. Only by truly reviving and having an immortal aperture that is filled with vitality can I start anew. Sensing this, Fong Yuan's heart shook. He showed some excitement on his face. Currently, this is a mysterious and powerful organization. The members are called by their code names. Among them are yellow, azure, purple, green. A total of 7 members. Their code names should be the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, right? Let's call this organization 7 Rainbows. Fong Yuan stopped his deductions. He continued to send his thoughts into the goo formation, communicating with the thoughts that were still in the goo formation. The following thoughts were empty. They were no longer as coherent as before. It was as if there was a long time between each thought. I've succeeded. Today, I've found another rebirth technique. However, to me, what's the point of such an ordinary rebirth technique? I don't need it. Blue obtained a goo immortal inheritance. It was actually left behind by old immortal Kong Ju in Central Continent. He had deep research into the 10 extreme physiques. I gained a lot. No, a lot. Yellow and purple worked together to obtain an inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable. Ha ha ha. As expected of Limitless Demon Venerable, his achievement in Rule Path can be said to be unprecedented. Even I am inferior to him. Limitless Demon Venerable was right. With life comes death. With death comes life. Life and death can be transformed into each other. But under normal circumstances, turning from life to death is very natural. It is like flowing with the current. But turning from death to life is extremely difficult. It is like rowing a boat against the current. And immortal zombies exist between life and death. They are the descriptions of the profundities of life and death. Life has its benefits. Death has its uses. An immortal zombie's immortal aperture is a dead aperture disaster land. It can avoid calamities and tribulations. This is the huge advantage of death. Limitless Demon Venerable's direction is correct. I should move forward in this direction. I feel that I will definitely have an astonishing harvest. I succeeded. This is an unimaginable result. Limitless Demon Venerable had amazing talent. He was actually only a few steps away from success. An immortal zombie's calamity aperture deathland is extremely precious and useful. He. If this result were to be known, it would shake the entire Gu immortal world. Even I myself was shocked by it. Next, Fang Yuan became more and more shocked as he read. His eyes shined with bright light and his face was filled with shock. According to the records in these thoughts, when Gu immortals cultivate, they should first become immortal zombies and obtain their own dead immortal aperture. After that, they would revive and obtain the life and death immortal aperture. This immortal aperture was divided into 2 layers. One layer was life, one layer was death. Life and death were interchangeable. It was immeasurably helpful to the Gu immortals' cultivation and tribulations. Ordinary living Gu immortals were filled with life force. They could not control death. Ordinary immortal zombies had death energy in their dead aperture. They had no life and only the profundities of death. The former had too much life force. They had too many blessings and attracted the wrath of heaven. Thus, every once in a while, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would descend and cause severe losses to the Gu immortal. The latter was filled with death energy. There were no tribulations or calamities. It was constantly breaking apart and could not store any cultivation resources. The immortal aperture that Fang Yuan obtained during his Gu immortal ascension had already collapsed by more than half. In time, it would completely dissipate and the entire immortal aperture would vanish. By then, Fang Yuan would only have a mortal dead aperture left. But according to the cultivation method recorded in these thoughts, I can use the dead aperture as the core and fuse life and death during the revival process, condensing them into one aperture and forming a life and death immortal aperture. I can control life and death to a certain extent. With this life and death immortal aperture, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities I face in the future will be reduced by half. Most importantly, the Tao marks I obtain after the calamity will not be reduced at all. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. Any Gu immortal would be extremely moved. If this method is real, then it will indeed shake the entire Gu immortal world. It will be an earth-shattering event. Chapter 945. There was a buzzing sound. In a certain corner of the Yaksha octopus's nest, a jade-green light shined. As the surrounding darkness faded, the jade light flashed, and at the next moment, a figure appeared at the empty place. It was Fang Yuan, who had just escaped from the Gu formation space. He was using fixed immortal travel, and this place was specially set up when he explored the Yaksha octopus's nest. He had set up many mortal Gu here, forming a simple Gu formation. There was no helping it. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was not high. He could only set up a Gu formation of this level. The Gu formation could only conceal most of the commotion, but fixed immortal travel was an immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's arrival, this mortal Gu formation broke apart, but aura still leaked out. Fang Yuan quickly worked, trying to get rid of these traces. But soon, there was a roar of a desolate beast. The Yaksha octopus's movements could be heard from the cave. The nearby Yaksha octopus has returned? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He moved quickly. Before the Yaksha octopus arrived, he got rid of the immortal Gu's aura and quickly left. The Yaksha octopus sensed the immortal Gu's aura and came over, but by the time it arrived, it was already gone. It simply searched twice, and the hesitation on its face completely disappeared. It then turned back. If it were a Gu immortal, it would not be so easily deceived. The desolate beast's intelligence was not high. It was easily dealt with by Fang Yuan. A while later, when he returned to the mouth earthworm's battlefield, it was a mess. Most of the Yaksha octopuses had retreated, while the northern plains immortal zombies were nowhere to be seen. There was a huge ravine. It was like a terrifying wound on the wall of an earth trench. It was in Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. He smiled silently. He knew that this ravine was created by the mouth earthworm. The mouth earthworm was a type of underground creature. It hid underground all year round. Only when it hunted would it come out. After swallowing its prey in an instant, it would shrink back into the soil at lightning speed. It did not move. At the same time, its body would shrink to a shocking size. It was as if he had suddenly become as thin as a bamboo pole from a fatty who weighed a few hundred pounds. At this time, the thick walls of its flesh would tightly squeeze together. The unique organs growing on the flesh walls were countless steel bones and sharp teeth. It spun unceasingly, grinding its prey into blood and bones. This mouth devoured me, but I immediately used fixed immortal travel to escape while I was inside its body. It had failed its hunt, and with an empty stomach, it would definitely be enraged and fight against the Northern Plains immortal zombies. The mouth serpent was not a match for the combined strength of the immortal zombies. It had no intelligence. It would definitely lose. However, this kind of beast's instinct to escape was also very strong. Once the injury reached a certain limit, it will burrow back into the ground and quickly escape the battlefield. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to make use of verbal abuse. He escaped from the vision of the immortal zombies. The information he had gathered in Dark Flow Giant City showed that Dragon Commander Yi Cha and the rest did not have an effective method to deal with the burrowing mouth serpent. Their investigative methods could not surpass the abundant earth path Dao marks on the mouth serpent's body. Thus, Fang Yuan dared to use fixed immortal travel inside its body. Thus, Northern Plains immortal zombies had many people and strong battle strength, but they might not be able to deal with the mouth serpent in a short period of time. Especially when the mouth serpent did not want to fight. It only burrowed into the ground to escape. Battle strength did not mean everything. For example, old ancestor Shui, who had rank 8 cultivation level, he could fight against 2, forcing Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat. His battle strength could be considered very strong. But in order to set up the Gu formation, he had to invite Sun Ming lose 7 times. Even rank 9 venerables were the same. In the history of Gu Immortals, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had invited Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu. Gu cultivation paths blossomed in all directions. They were brilliant and varied. It also meant that each path had its own specialization. Even if one path was cultivated to rank 9, the other paths were still different. After all, one's energy was limited. Unless one had a lot of time, or had a fortuitous encounter. The mouth serpent burrowed into the ground to escape. The Northern Plains immortal zombies chased it relentlessly. Thus the traces of the battle continued to extend. Along the way, many places could be seen. Deep craters caused by intense explosions. There was a lot of blood in the ravines. It should be the blood of the mouth serpent. Other than that, there were also the corpses of the earth trench creatures that were caught in the crossfire. The mouth serpent risked its life to survive. It was a great help in concealing Fang Yuan's tracks. One side escaped, the other chased. This was a long battlefield. Looking at the traces of the intense battle that disappeared into the horizon, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. The mouth serpent is escaping. It must be panicking and will lead the Northern Plains immortal zombies to the territories of other fierce beasts. Very good. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for me. This is one of the situations that I expected. Next, Fang Yuan followed the traces of the intense battle and flew rapidly, his figure soon fading into the darkness. The Northern Plains immortal zombies were flying slowly with dejected expressions. Their injuries were not light. They were in a sorry state. They had defeated expressions. What should we do now? Xing Xiangzi lost his life. How can we answer to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness? Sigh. We have already tried our best. We chased after the mouth serpent. We passed through 5 fierce beast territories. 3 of them were occupied by ancient, desolate beasts. This is Earth Trench after all. I have never been as crazy as I am today. It is a pity that we failed at the last moment. That mouth serpent fell into the acid swamp moss and completely dissolved. Xing Xiangzi has no chance of survival. We cannot lose our lives for him. In my opinion, Xing Xiangzi was too careless. He was so careless in Earth Trench. He was simply courting death. The immortal zombies discussed softly. Only the leader, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, was silent. He had the highest status in this group. He was the leader. Xing Xiangzi's death was his greatest responsibility. Thinking about how he would have to face Blazing Heaven Demoness when he returned, Dragon Commander Yi Cha's heart was extremely heavy. Everyone, we finally meet. Fang Yuan turned into Xing Xiangzi, appearing in front of the immortal zombies. At once, The northern plains immortal zombies were stunned. Xing Xiangzi, Dr. In Xian raised his voice, his gaze filled with joy. The other immortal zombies were the same. Even Landlord Lei Yu felt that this old man was very pleasing to the eye when he looked at Feng Yuan. How did you escape? Soon, an immortal zombie asked. This question was also on everyone's mind. Several gazes gathered on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was prepared. He explained the reason. I am ashamed. After I fell into the mouth serpent's stomach, the surrounding flesh walls pressed down on me. Countless sharp fangs followed closely behind. In a moment of desperation, I quickly used an immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, sealing myself inside the star ice. This is my strongest defense. It is not a problem to defend against the sharp teeth, but there are many drawbacks. Firstly, I cannot move, not just my body, even my thoughts cannot move, I cannot think. The star ice can only exist for a moment, but I believe everyone will help me. But when the star ice melted and I regained my freedom, I found that I was buried under a pile of rocks. So that's it. Dr. In Xian realized at once. It must have been when we were chasing the mouth serpent. During the chaotic battle, the mouth serpent's body was destroyed, and Xing Xiangzi escaped through the hole. So close. So close. Xing Xiangzi, you can be considered to be blessed with great fortune. The immortal zombies did not doubt him. Dragon Commander Yicha also let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do we continue to search for Star Night Mucus? Feng Yuan's expression changed. He showed a hesitant expression. Forget it. Our luck was bad this time. We will go back and reorganize. We will come again after we rest. The immortal zombies looked at each other. They were laughing at Xing Xiangzi's cowardice. But after such an intense battle, their condition was not good. Thus, they agreed to return to Dark Flow Giant City to rest. As for the missing Star Night Mucus, they could only worry about it later. Several days later, Dark Flow Giant City. In the secret room, the refinement path goo formation was operating, emitting a bright radiance. The radiance shone on Feng Yuan's face, but he seemed to be absent-minded at this moment. This can work. This can work. Feng Yuan thought in his mind. On the surface, he was using the goo formation to process the goo refinement materials, but he was actually inside his death immortal aperture, controlling all sorts of goo worms and experimenting. He was a vigilant person. Even though he obtained the revival method in Earth Trench, its origin was mysterious. Feng Yuan had to test it first to verify its authenticity. The results of the test proved that this revival method was indeed feasible. Feng Yuan was both excited and moved. Looking back, in order to collect the revival method, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Feng Yuan had been working tirelessly. He first collected the Time Path Revival method, Man as Before Immortal Goo, and used it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to revive. But even though this method had great prospects, it was only an idea. To complete it, he needed to cooperate with Shark Demon and the rest. It would take too much time and effort. Next, Feng Yuan obtained the possession method from Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could use this method to get rid of his immortal zombie body. But if he used this method, not to mention whether the body and soul could adapt to each other, or the aptitude of the body, just the second immortal aperture that Feng Yuan had painstakingly obtained would go to waste. Next, Feng Yuan learned from Feng Kim Hong in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that using the 10 extreme physiques to undergo immortal ascension could get rid of the immortal zombie body. This method was even less feasible. It was most suitable for mortal goo masters. Feng Yuan was already an immortal zombie. If he used his first mortal aperture to undergo immortal ascension, he did not have the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though he had blood skull goo, he had Dao marks and could not be raised by mortal goo. Finally, in the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Kim Hong told Feng Yuan about a revival method. Using the principles of transformation path and eternal goo, he could achieve a permanent transformation. He could also revive. But how to refine eternal goo? Feng Yuan did not know. If someone else had eternal goo, it would be even worse. And transformation path was not something Feng Yuan was proficient in. Even though these methods could succeed, they all had their flaws and were difficult to achieve. But heaven would not disappoint those who worked hard. Fang Yuan worked hard and experienced many setbacks. He finally found the most suitable method in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Chapter 946. Since the creator did not name it, Fang Yuan named it Life and Death Immortal Aperture Rebirth Method. The value of this method was absolutely immeasurable. Once word of this got out, it would definitely shock the entire cultivation world and change the situation of the world. Countless Gu immortals, be they secluded cultivators or rank 8s, would immediately research and cultivate it. Once it was truly grasped by most Gu immortals, then from now on, the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions would rise sharply. It would be an unprecedented situation. Because the Life and Death Immortal Aperture contained the profundity of life and death, it could reduce the power of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Furthermore, the degree of reduction was as high as 50%. What did that mean? Gu immortal cultivation had always faced 2 obstacles. One was lifespan, the other was calamity. Higher cultivation level could not increase lifespan. Gu immortals could only find other methods to extend their lifespan. Not to mention it, the main point was the calamity. Gu immortals had to undergo calamities and tribulations once in a while. Heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations were like blades hovering above the Gu immortal's head. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. Countless historical facts and real examples around them constantly reminded Gu immortals how terrifying and fatal this threat was. Not only were the calamities and tribulations hard to predict, but their power wasn't the same. Instead, it was gradually increasing. To undergo tribulation, Gu immortals had to cultivate and raise their strength continuously. Cultivation was not just empty talk. It required real cultivation resources. For example, immortal materials, immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and so on. Immortal apertures were the best places to nurture immortal materials. Because the environment here was unique, he had many Dao marks and could nurture immortal materials suitable for the Gu immortal, according to the Gu immortal situation. And in the immortal aperture, time passed very quickly, much faster than in the 5 regions. The number of times immortal materials matured was also much higher. Another point was to nurture cultivation resources in the immortal aperture. It was more convenient to carry and safer. Put it outside. It was too unsafe. Not only could it be easily seized by others, but it could also be destroyed by experts like the blazing heaven demoness even if they couldn't obtain it. However, but every heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would have a huge negative impact on the immortal aperture. It was not easy for Gu immortals to pass calamities and tribulations. It was almost impossible to protect the immortal aperture. The cultivation resources stored in the immortal aperture would often be greatly damaged. If Gu immortals wanted to continue cultivating, they would need to accumulate cultivation resources again. Some even had to start from scratch. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. Accumulate resources, cultivating, growing in strength, transcending the tribulation. Accumulating resources once more, cultivating, slowly growing in strength, transcending even stronger tribulations. The calamities and tribulations were getting heavier, but resources needed to be accumulated again. This greatly delayed the growth of Gu immortals' strength. Many Gu immortals did not have enough strength growth. They were stagnant. How could they deal with the increasingly terrifying calamities? Thus, since ancient times, countless Gu immortals had lost to heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. He died and his Tao vanished. Fox Immortal was a classic example. She had survived the first 4 calamities, but on the 5th one, she encountered the blue charm shadow and perished. The obsession formed a land spirit and left behind Hu immortal blessed land, which was eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Of course, there was also a way, and that was to transfer the cultivation resources in advance. That was what Fang Yuan had done before. But in fact, very few Gu immortals would do this. Of course, they were not idiots. But why? The reason was that heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had specific targets. For example, a woodpath Gu immortal might move all his woodpath resources away before undergoing tribulation, but it attracted a fire path calamity and tribulation. After passing the tribulation, the immortal aperture would be greatly affected. Many fire path Dao marks would appear, and the terrain and temperature would change drastically. When the wood path Gu immortal moves the cultivation resources back, many of the resources would not be able to adapt to the new environment of the immortal aperture. They could not be nurtured. On the contrary, if the wood path resources were left in the blessed land, they would attract a wood path calamity and tribulation. In the end, the wood path Dao marks in the immortal aperture would increase, and although the resources would be greatly damaged, the environment of the immortal aperture would become better. Countless examples of success and failure, as well as the experiences of countless predecessors, all pointed to one point. Leaving behind resources to undergo tribulation was more sensible than moving them away. It was more beneficial to the Gu immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan's previous actions caused a blood path calamity, and it was not beneficial to the nurturing of the original resources. But Hu immortal blessed land was not compatible with his path. It was not a big problem. Afterwards, even though Tai Bai Yunxing knew that he would lose a lot of resources, he still wanted to undergo tribulation in the immortal aperture. Because the immortal aperture that he underwent tribulation in was his fundamental immortal aperture. Only by understanding all of this could one truly understand the terrifying value of the life and death immortal aperture. Even though Gu immortals were high and mighty, calamities and tribulations were hanging over their heads, they needed to cultivate continuously. They had to improve greatly at every stage. They had to improve more and more each time to continue surviving. But with the life and death immortal aperture, everything was different. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced by 50%. The might of the calamities and tribulations would be reduced. The loss of cultivation resources would be reduced, but the gain of Dao marks would not change. All of this was enough for the Gu immortal's cultivation to form a virtuous cycle. Accumulate resources, cultivate, increase in strength, undergo tribulation. On the original foundation, continue to accumulate resources, cultivate faster, increase in strength, and undergo slightly stronger calamities and tribulations. With a living immortal aperture, the calamities and tribulations would become stronger and stronger. The Gu immortal would struggle to endure. The higher their cultivation level, the more difficult it would be. With a dead immortal aperture, the immortal aperture would continue to collapse. Resources could not be accumulated quickly. There was no hope of progress. It was a fate worse than death. With a life and death immortal aperture, it would form a virtuous cycle. The Gu immortal's strength would snowball. The more it rolled, the more confident they would be in passing the tribulation. Undeniably, this was an achievement that transcended the era. It could change the Gu immortal world. It could change the entire world. It could change the history of Gu masters in the future. Don't look at it as a small revival method. It had such magical power. More accurately speaking, it was no longer a simple revival method, it was a cultivation method. On the previous foundation, after modification, it was no doubt more superior than the traditional cultivation methods that had been passed down for countless years. This was a groundbreaking achievement. Using Earth's history as an analogy, it was like the great significance of the invention of the steam engine, electricity, and computers. Traditional Gu master cultivation methods had been passed down since Ranzu's era. There were almost no changes. Once the life and death immortal aperture revival method was used, it was like Earth's Einstein's general theory of relativity, overturning Newton's first law. If it were any other Gu immortal, they might find it hard to accept. They might even think it was wishful thinking. It was disgraceful. After all, immortal zombies had low status. But this method favored the dead immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan's foundation was his soul. He came from Earth, he was open-minded. Traditional cultivation methods did not form a deep-rooted authority in his mind. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. The current of human path is surging forward. History is always rising in a spiral fashion. Gu cultivation can be seen as an alternative science. It develops with time. Continuous improvement. In the past, in ancient times, there were indeed countless talented people. They created dazzling and glorious achievements. But later generations stood on the shoulders of their predecessors. Using this foundation, they could create even more dazzling and glorious achievements. Like this mysterious immortal zombie great expert who invented the life and death immortal aperture revival method, he also stood on the shoulders of old immortal Kongju. He used rule path limitless demon Venerable's achievements and combined with his own talent. Only then could he obtain this improved immortal cultivation method. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. The more he dug, the more he felt that this revival method was profound and unfathomable. It was extremely brilliant. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan could only know how, but not know why. He knew that following this method was correct, the result was good. But he did not know what principles were involved in this. The life and death immortal aperture might seem simple, but Fang Yuan could not understand the principles contained within. The life and death immortal aperture revival method was not simple, it was very complex. Because every goo cultivation path had different rebirth methods, they needed to refine different goo worms. For example, Fang Yuan's strength path revival method needed a vast number of exert strength goo, countless disappointment goo, and all sorts of supplementary goo to construct a multi-layered goo formation. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. He felt it was very interesting. When mortals started cultivating, they needed hope goo to open their aperture. This method needed disappointment goo, and also exertion goo. Without hope, where would disappointment come from? Without disappointment, where would hope come from? Disappointment and hope, these two concepts were opposites, but they coexisted. They were like the concepts of life and death. Without either, there would be no meaning in the existence of the other. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. Disappointment goo and exertion goo only require mortal goo. They are not hard to collect. There are also corresponding goo recipes here. I can order the hairy men in the blessed land to refine them day and night. Even if the requirement is too high, I can complete it in 3 months. Once I complete it, I can immediately reincarnate and obtain a life and death immortal aperture. But the life and death immortal aperture obtained this way was not satisfactory. Because Fang Yuan's strength path immortal aperture had already collapsed by more than half. If he used the remaining dead aperture as the foundation, the life and death immortal aperture would naturally be weaker. Be it the area, environment, or foundation, they would all be worse. Especially when Fang Yuan was forced to undergo immortal ascension in northern plains, his immortal aperture's foundation was not high to begin with. It had 5,180,000 km2 of land. Compared to the 5 regions' time flow, it was 1 to 16. Low-grade blessed land had an area of 3 million km2. It could only produce 10 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was poor in resources. Middle-grade blessed land had an area of 4 to 6 million km2. It could produce 20 or so beads of immortal essence every year from the tributary of the River of Time. It was rich in resources. Fang Yuan's previous strength path immortal aperture was only a middle-grade blessed land. If he directly reincarnated this time, it would definitely be a low-grade blessed land, and most likely, it would be the lowest grade of low grade. Undoubtedly, this would be disadvantageous to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. And in this life and death immortal aperture revival method, there was a paragraph that moved Fang Yuan greatly. During the revival process, he could use the corpses of other strength path immortal zombies as immortal materials and refine them in the goo formation. The grade of the life and death immortal aperture would rise. It was not a problem to return to middle grade from a low-grade blessed land. As long as there were enough strength path immortal zombies, it was possible to become a high-grade blessed land. After the immortal zombie's dead aperture perishes, the Tao marks in the immortal aperture would land on the immortal zombie body. Thus, immortal zombie bodies that were rich in Tao marks were unique immortal materials. If not for this, old ancestor Shui who would not have sneaked into the immortal zombie graveyard to steal corpses. At the end of this paragraph, it was clearly recorded, if he collected the immortal zombie body of the great strength true martial physique and used it during the revival process, the life and death immortal aperture would surpass a high-grade blessed land and become a super-grade blessed land. And after the immortal zombie is reborn, it would also transform into the great strength true martial physique. Because He Lulan had ascended to Gu Immortal with the great strength true martial physique and had a super-grade blessed land, Fang Yuan had a lot of understanding of this. Super-grade blessed land has a huge area of more than 5 million km2. Every year, it produces over 50 beads of immortal essence. Time passes very quickly, and the precious resources can be harvested very quickly. And the great strength true martial physique can increase my strength path battle strength by several times. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. From this point, the life and death immortal aperture revival method was also a superb method to raise a Gu immortal's aptitude. 10 extreme physiques. Although they were powerful, the drawbacks were even greater. Because time passed quickly, calamities and tribulations would come even faster, more frequently, and their might would be even greater and more terrifying. This was a huge taboo for Gu immortal cultivation. Looking at history, it was known that none of the 10 Venerables had 10 extreme physiques. Even among rank 8 Gu immortals, it was extremely rare to find one with 10 extreme physiques. In other words, the 10 extreme physiques could be invincible in the same rank, and could even challenge those of higher ranks, but without the potential to develop, they could not survive for long under the attacks of calamities and tribulations. But this biggest drawback did not exist for Fang Yuan. There was only one reason. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, and the calamities and tribulations that the life and death immortal aperture faced would be reduced by half. This was completely acceptable. It was a virtuous cycle. If I collect ordinary strength path immortal zombie bodies, I can at most obtain a high-grade blessed land. But if I can collect an immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques, I can obtain the great strength true martial physique and obtain a super-grade blessed land. And the calamities and tribulations will only have half of their power. As long as I have enough time to cultivate, my strength will continue to grow, and I will be able to ascend to that rank 9 throne. Fang Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. Rank 9 Venerables were invincible in the world. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. If he could become a Venerable with one of the 10 extreme physiques that had never appeared since ancient times, wouldn't that mean he would be the number 1 among rank 9 Venerables? The number 1 in the world since ancient times? Don't forget that I still have my first mortal aperture. If my revival is successful, I will use this method to walk on time path and transform my first mortal aperture into a super-grade blessed land. By then, not only will I have the great strength true martial physique, I will also have the Guyue desolating physique. 2 of the 10 extreme physiques. In time, a Venerable with 2 of the 10 extreme physiques? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan almost shed tears. In the 500 years of his previous life, in this life, he wandered from place to place, taking risks between life and death. Finally, today, at this moment, he found a bright path that led to eternal life. Eternal life was an illusory goal, but without sufficient strength, it was even more impossible to pursue. There are very few strength path immortal zombies to begin with. I have also joined Zombie Alliance. I cannot deal with my allies. How can I find a great strength true martial physique immortal zombie? There is only one ideal target in front of me. That is He Lulan. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. Even though I only managed to escape Imperial Court blessed land by cooperating with you, and gained many benefits afterwards, it is quite pleasant. But for the ambition in my heart, I will sacrifice you. A silent smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Heartless. Cruel. Chapter 947. Since he had obtained the life and death immortal aperture revival method, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do his best. Be it his previous life or this life, cultivation aptitude had always been a regret in Fang Yuan's heart. Now that he could make up for this regret, Fang Yuan was extremely happy. Most importantly, the life and death immortal aperture of one of the 10 extreme physiques was truly tempting. It had a huge advantage in assisting cultivation. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a great strength true martial immortal zombie. Firstly, the 10 extreme physiques were extremely rare. Even if they appeared, they were not easy to cultivate. Great strength true martial physiques that cultivated to Gu immortal level were even rarer. And in this case, after becoming an immortal zombie, there were none who still had a body left in the current era. Fang Yuan searched through records and memories, but did not find any clues. Thus, He Lulan was currently the easiest and most suitable target for him to obtain. It could also be said that she was his only target. However, the troubles in front of Fang Yuan were not few. Firstly, He Lulan was a formidable character. She was skilled in both the pen and the sword. She had left a deep mark in the history of his previous life. Such a person was not easy to deal with. She could risk her life and scheme. She was not so easy to trap. Secondly, He Lulan was not alone. She had Fairy Li Shan, a rank 7 helper. The two had deep feelings for each other. They could not be separated. If Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan, he had to get rid of Fairy Li Shan. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Finally, and also the most vexing thing for Fang Yuan, He Lulan knew the truth about Imperial Court Blessed Land. If it was not handled well, she would spread the truth far and wide. By then, Fang Yuan would be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world. The attraction of Giant Sun, Immortal's inheritance. It was enough to make countless greedy Gu immortals come wave after wave, forming a tsunami. It would drown Fang Yuan. In conclusion, He Lulan was like a hedgehog. If one tried to attack her, not only would she not be hurt, but she would also easily bite back. He Lulan, if it weren't for the fact that you have the great strength true martial physique and can help me in my cultivation, I wouldn't want to do anything to you. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the following days, Fang Yuan was prepared for both scenarios. On the one hand, he racked his brains to come up with a way to frame He Lulan. On the other hand, he was refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. He communicated with Fairy Li Shan through letters, discussing how to go against the agreement. But as the days passed, no matter what, progress was slow. Ever since He Lulan understood her flaws, he calmed down and focused on managing his immortal aperture. Although the great snow mountain blessed land could no longer hide, she hid outside, her whereabouts unknown. After Fang Yuan returned to Dark Flow Giant City, then he pretended to go down to the earth trench and collected all the Starry Night mucus. Next, he used the Starry Night mucus as a supplementary material. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu failed again. Fairy Li Shan cultivated Earth Path in her early years. After that, she mainly cultivated Information Path, while cultivating Wood Path on the side. She had Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Her Information Path attainment was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Earlier, she took the initiative to deal with Dongfang tribe. It was a violation of the agreement. But she was still alive and well. It could be seen that she was not only skilled in establishing agreements, she was also skilled in breaking them. Things like agreements were the specialty of Information Paths. For example, it was like a lock, a shackle that restricted both parties. Fairy Li Shan was like a locksmith. Since she was skilled in making locks, she was also skilled in unlocking them. Even though Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had an alliance agreement, the time limit was approaching. Thus, this alliance agreement was not a huge problem. Fang Yuan's reason for asking Fairy Li Shan was that he needed to resolve the agreement to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan had joined Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Eastern Sea, thus he was restricted by the Zombie Alliance agreement. If I cannot resolve this with He Lulan, then I can only settle for the next best thing, to gather a large number of Strength Path immortal zombies and create a high-grade blessed land. At that time, I will need to resolve the Zombie Alliance agreement to make it easier for me to steal corpses from the Zombie Alliance graveyard. The vigilant Fang Yuan naturally would not put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a backup plan. Thus, these last days, Fang Yuan often asked Fairy Li Shan for Information Path methods. However, the results were minimal. Firstly, Fairy Li Shan was on guard against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's development was too rapid. This third leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was already wary of him. Even though Fang Yuan offered a high price, she always used the excuse of gathering immortal materials as an excuse, rejecting him many times. Secondly, Fang Yuan did not have much understanding of Information Path. His attainment was very low. He could not learn anything in a short period of time. Thirdly, how could Zombie Alliance's agreement be easy? Hoping that Fang Yuan could resolve it after learning for a period of time was simply delusional. Even though he did not make any progress in the Information Path, through his interactions with Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan combined with Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's situation, He had a clear understanding of the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness' strategy was indeed very wise. These last days, she had led the immortal zombies to attack everywhere, attacking the demonic path Gu immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Many demonic path Gu immortals had bad luck to begin with. It was not easy for them to gather precious immortal materials. Now, with the interference of the immortal zombies, it was one disaster after another. They suffered many setbacks. Old Ancestor Shui was helpless. There was no other reason. Even though he was a rank 8 grade expert, he was alone. On Blazing Heaven Demoness' side, there were 3 rank 8 immortal zombies. If Blazing Heaven Demoness led everyone to attack Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, with Old Ancestor Shuehu's battle strength, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. But Blazing Heaven Demoness avoided the main point. She focused on Old Ancestor Shuehu's weakness. This made Old Ancestor Shuehu's days very difficult. If he attacked easily, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be defenseless. The strongest Gu immortal left behind was only rank 7. The second leader, Lady Wan Shou, was skilled in Refinement Path, while the third leader, Fairy Li Shan, cultivated Information Path. They did not have high battle strength. If Old Ancestor Shui who attacked and was held back by an expert of the same rank, and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was raided by another rank 8 immortal zombie, that would be the laughing stock of Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. This person's bottom line was very low. Back then, she even destroyed a 9 Heavens fragment world. It was a hopeless situation. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only pieced together. Its defense was even lower than the original Blessed Land. Old Ancestor Shui who had to defend against it. Thus, even though Old Ancestor Shui who had high battle strength, in the process of fighting against Zombie Alliance, he was always at a disadvantage. He had never raised his head. Battle strength did not mean everything. Blazing Heaven Demoness was shrewd and scheming. Old Ancestor Shui who had been suffering losses, but he could not retaliate effectively. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He could only be patient and put most of his effort into refining Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu. The Fang Yuan stone nest that he created had already reached a certain scale. Large numbers of hairy man slaves were refining diligently. The quantity of Exert Strength Gu and Disappointment Gu was increasing rapidly, but it was still far from the required amount. Even though Fang Yuan obtained those rare rank 8 immortal materials, he was not in a hurry to sell them. He kept them for himself. He refined Star Thought Immortal Gu. With Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, Fang Yuan's monthly profits, other than using them to refine Gu worms, were mainly used to feed Immortal Gu and to construct Star Form Blessed Land. He purchased a large amount of cloud soil and ordered Star Form Land Spirit to construct it step by step. He planned to create a 3-dimensional river system in Star Form Blessed Land, using the space to nurture Star Fragment Grass. This was a huge prospect. If he succeeded, the profits would not be lower than the Guts Gu transaction. But the initial investment was huge. Fang Yuan could only take it step by step. If he wanted to deal with He Lulan, the fact that he had committed a crime might be exposed. After all, it was too easy for He Lulan to expose the truth, even though there was an alliance agreement if she wanted to break it. But with Fairy Li Shan's help, she had a greater advantage than Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried in his heart. The Central Continent Gu immortals were investigating. It was impossible for there to be no progress. Maybe tomorrow, Central Continent Gu immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be defended. Once it was lost, Star Form Blessed Land would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not to mention Old Demon Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was activating the Refinement Path Gu formation, processing a certain immortal material. In the Immortal Zombie's Dead Aperture, Moving Perspective Cup Gu activated, bringing Fairy Li Shan's letter. Fang Yuan felt strange. Fairy Li Shan was contacting him on her own initiative. When he opened it, it was a letter asking for help. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had discovered He Cheng's whereabouts. He Cheng was He Lulan's father. He was also the target that He Lulan had to kill in order to take revenge for her mother. Fairy Li Shan's letter invited Fang Yuan to kill He Cheng together. He Cheng's situation was not good. As the leader of a superforce, He tribe, He had mysteriously disappeared for a long time, participating in the 100 Days battle. When he reappeared, he was in a pathetic state, and was even being secretly pursued by He tribe. It turned out that in order to preserve his life, He Chung did not hesitate to give up the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was the symbol of He tribe's strength. It was also their trump card, but he actually lost it. Even though He Chung had a high status and authority, in this situation, he was still punished by the tribe. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was not his. The core Immortal Gu that formed it came from He tribe's 4 supreme elders. After the Central Continent Gu Immortals divided Dark Prison, they brought the Immortal Gu back to the sect. One of them had already been forcefully refined. Thus, He tribe's supreme elders knew that He Chung had made a huge mistake. He needed to be punished. He Chung naturally did not want to be punished. When he joined the Shadow Sect's operation, he had made an alliance agreement with the Shadow Sect. He could not leak any information about the Shadow Sect. This alliance had a very strong binding force. He Chung could not explain it to the tribe. He could only escape. He tribe was not willing to give up. The Immortal Gu House was extremely important. It had the ability to threaten others. They had to get it back. And the clue was on He Chung. Thus, He tribe sent Gu Immortals to chase after He Chung. Both sides fought several times. He Chung barely escaped. As the commotion grew, Fairy Li Shan found out about it. She and He Lulan discussed it. They felt that He Chung was deserted. It was the best time to take revenge. To kill a Gu Immortal, they needed numbers. It was safer. Thus, Fairy Li Shan immediately contacted Feng Yuan. She wanted to make use of the alliance agreement that was nearing its end. Ignoring the fact that Fairy Li Shan's compensation was very generous, Feng Yuan thought of his unspeakable motive. This might be a good opportunity. He Lulan usually stayed in seclusion. Only during chaotic battles would Feng Yuan have the chance to make a move. Chapter 948. Escape, escape, escape. A dark shadow, like a flying snake, rapidly passed through the wormwood. A moment later, the dark shadow dissipated with a loud sound. He Chung fell from the sky, landing in the weeds. A clear stream gurgled past, right in front of him. He Chung breathed heavily, lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to turn around. His current condition was extremely bad. There were countless injuries all over his body. Some were deep to the bone. Some were still bleeding. Pain assaulted his entire body, but He Chung was already numb to it. These injuries were from the intense battle with He tribe's pursuers. If not for He tribe wanting to capture He Chung alive, with He Cheng's ability, he would not have been able to escape so many times. I am almost at my limit. He Chung felt gloomy. He gritted his teeth and got up. Looking at his reflection in the stream, he smiled bitterly. Originally, he was suave and handsome, but now, his face was pale, his lips were blue, his body was covered in blood. He was a fugitive. Suddenly, He Cheng's pupils shrunk to pin size, like a startled venomous snake. He curled up his body at lightning speed. Who is it? He Cheng's eyes shined with a sharp light. He shouted towards a certain direction in the weeds. At the next moment, with a loud sound, air currents surged. Countless weeds were uprooted. A path appeared. He Lulan wore a mask. She walked out with large strides. Her eerie black eyes shone with bone-deep hatred. It's you. He Chung was shocked. He quickly stood up, but his head was dizzy. His body shook intensely. He couldn't help but fall down again. Thankfully, he did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body and squatted down. His muscles tensed. He had a fierce expression, but he could not conceal the anxiety in his heart. If he was captured alive by He tribe's Gu Immortals, He Chung might have a chance to live. Although the chances were slim, but if he fell into He Lulan's hands, He Chung would die for sure. His outcome would be unimaginably tragic. He Chung, to think you would have such a day. He Lulan stood in front of He Chung. Her body was straight like a spear, separated by a stream. She looked down at him from above. Fate was truly unpredictable. Who could have thought that He Chung would actually fall to such a state today? Of course, He Lulan did not expect this. Therefore, when the peerless opportunity for revenge was placed in front of her, besides hatred and rage, There was also a trace of pity in her heart. The father and daughter looked at each other. Gratitude and grudges, love and hatred, all at this moment. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Don't look at me like that," Hei-chung roared, struggling to stand up. He could accept the hatred and anger in Hei Lo-lan's eyes. However, he could not accept that trace of compassion. "I, the dignified Hei-chung, don't need anyone's pity." "Who?" A gust of wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky flew swiftly. The surrounding wormwood swayed. The stream rippled. Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the wind. "Good wind, good scenery. This nameless place is the perfect place for you, Hei-chung, to die." Hei-chung sneered. He could naturally hear the hatred and killing intent in Fairy Li Shan's words. He reluctantly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. A tiger that has fallen to the plains will be bullied by dogs. What about the last one? Why is he not coming out? Fang Yuan was quietly hiding not far away, not moving. He was silent, as if he could not hear Hei-cheng's words. "You are a tiger? You are just a defeated dog that is struggling on the line of life and death. Scoundrel, die." Hei Lu-lan could no longer suppress her anger. She took a huge step forward and punched. At that instant, there was a thunderous explosion in the air. An intense fist wind blew. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He felt a sense of desire. This is only a mortal killer move, but after being amplified by the large number of strength path, Dao marks in the great strength true martial physique, its power has risen to such a level. Before this punch even hit Hei-chung, the latter already felt an intense sense of suffocation. An incomparable sense of danger filled his body and mind. If this punch landed, Hei-chung would definitely die on the spot. Escape. Hei-chung gritted his teeth, activating countless goo worms. With a swoosh, he turned into a shadow snake again, escaping towards the left. Hei Lo-lan's punch missed. She quickly chased after him. But Hei-chung was extremely fast. In just a few breaths of time, he was already more than 100 feet away from Hei Lu-lan. As it turned out, even though Hei-chung lost the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, he had Immortal Goo Dark Arrow. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect had specially designed an Immortal Killer move for Hei-chung to increase his strength. This Immortal Killer move used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core. Right now, Hei-chung turned into a shadow snake and escaped. It was one of the Immortal Killer moves he used. "Hei-chung, stay here." Fairy Li Shan jumped out. The surrounding grass grew rapidly. Countless flowers bloomed in the air. Battlefield Killer move, Pear Orchard. Hei-cheng's body paused for a moment, but he quickly escaped out of the pear orchard, changing directions and escaping towards the west. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless strength path phantoms shot out from the grass, blocking Hei-chung. Fang Yuan had never exposed Xing Xiangzi's identity in front of Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lu-lan. He was currently using strength path battle strength. Fang Yuan secretly used wisdom path methods to deduce 3 locations. He secretly arranged strength path phantoms to guard them. As Hei-chung escaped, he bumped into them, but was obstructed by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But even so, Hei Lu-lan was still far from Hei-chung. Seeing that Hei-chung was about to escape, Fairy Li Shan was anxious. She transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Quickly stop him." Fang Yuan immediately revealed himself. The true solid bat wings on his back flapped as he charged towards Hei-chung. Fairy Li Shan frowned. She could see clearly that with Fang Yuan's speed, he would not be able to stop Hei-chung. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not want to stop Hei-chung. He had fought with Hei-chung before, but times had changed. The situation was different now. Hei-chung was undoubtedly Hei Lo-lan's weakness. As long as he was alive, he could make use of Hei-chung. He could plot against Hei Lu-lan instead. Fang Yuan had wanted to use this chance to see if there was a possibility of capturing Hei Lu-lan. But when he saw Hei-cheng's severe injuries, Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was close to zero. If there was a possibility, Fang Yuan wanted to let Hei-cheng go and let him escape. But due to the alliance agreement, he could not go overboard. Hei-cheng got rid of the surrounding obstacles. He looked back at Fang Yuan, snorting coldly. "You finally came out? It is a pity you can't catch me." Saying so, he was about to use his Immortal Killer move again to escape. But at this time, an eagle cry resounded. almost bursting his eardrums. It was the illusion of a huge iron-crowned eagle. It appeared in the sky behind Feng Yuan. Iron-crowned eagle strength activated. Feng Yuan's speed rose rapidly. He flew like lightning, instantly closing the distance between him and He Cheng. He Cheng was shocked. He did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly escaped. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, he only had rank 5 Mortal Goo. Feng Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength was created by an Immortal Goo. It could only be activated with a certain chance. In the past, Feng Yuan had never used Iron Crown Eagle strength. Today, he encountered such a good thing, but it went against his will. It seems that using time assistance luck to increase my luck before coming here was not appropriate. If I knew He Cheng was in such a state, I would not have had the chance. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He moved like an eagle. He pounced towards He Cheng. He Cheng was extremely slippery. He turned into a dark shadow snake that moved in different directions amidst the weeds. Feng Yuan attacked him several times, but he actually managed to escape by a hair's breadth. But Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan were no longer anxious. They had excited expressions. With Feng Yuan harassing him, He Cheng could not escape anymore. After a few breaths of time, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan got close. Finally, the three surrounded He Cheng. He Cheng's expression was dark. He had a ruthless expression. He shouted with disheveled hair, "You want me to die? Don't think of having an easy time." An intense battle erupted. Rumble, thunder rumbled, shadows shot out, flowers and trees flew, strength rampaged, soil splattered everywhere. Without a doubt, He Cheng was suppressed. Feng Yuan and the rest had the upper hand. It is a pity that I can only keep 10 to 20% of it. That is my limit. If I keep any more, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan will see through it. They will lose trust and become suspicious. Seeing that He Cheng, this excellent chess piece, was about to die, Feng Yuan felt some regret. Including this time, Feng Yuan had already fought He Cheng 3 times. The battle strength that Feng Yuan and the rest displayed was actually not much higher than the previous time. But He Cheng's condition was too bad. He had gone through 100 days of battle. His life's immortal essence was completely expended. These days, he had been escaping and fighting with He Tribe's Gu Immortals. Thus, at this moment, under the combined attacks of Feng Yuan and the rest, He Cheng was heavily injured. He spat out blood. His defeat was imminent. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout resounded in heaven and earth. A grand and piercing green light shone on this battlefield. Space tore open. A huge bronze hand grabbed at He Cheng from all directions. Feng Yuan and the rest reacted quickly, but the bronze hand actually affected time. It grabbed He Cheng at a seemingly slow speed. Green City Rampage. He Cheng looked like he had lost his parents. He could not move. He cried out in shock. He Lulan and the rest retreated. Green City Rampage was a powerful battle formation of the olden antiquity era. It was ranked 3rd in the world back then. It was only below Heavenly Sage Gene Fan and Heavenly Giant Solar. He Tribe had information about Green City Rampage. Everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World knew about it. At this moment, Green City Rampage appeared. It meant that the 4 strongest Supreme Elders of He Tribe had arrived. Our He Tribe's members have to be dealt with by us. How can you kill them as you wish? He Lulan, the tribe nurtured you, but you betrayed the tribe and joined the demonic path. You have committed a heinous crime. Surrender now. At the next moment, a bronze giant tore through space, stepping on the ground. A divine light shot out from the vertical eye between his brows and shone on He Lulan. At that moment, He Lulan could not move. Strength Path Giant Hand. Feng Yuan retreated, using his rank 7 battle strength. Boom! With a loud sound, the Strength Path Giant Hand and the Bronze Giant Hand collided. The Strength Path Giant Hand broke apart. Petty tricks. The Bronze Giant snickered. But at the next moment, a small fire bird flew to the Bronze Giant's chest. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The Bronze Giant was pushed backwards. He almost fell down. Blazing Heaven Demoness? The 4 Supreme Elders of He Tribe, who were inside the Bronze Giant, shouted in shock and anger. Angry Bird. This was Blazing Heaven Demoness' signature killer move. Everyone in Northern Plains knew about it. Why did Blazing Heaven Demoness appear at this moment? Chapter 949. The rank 8 aura was not concealed at all. It spread out wantonly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness was bathed in flames. She crossed her arms and stood proudly in the sky. Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted, "Hey Tribe's 4 elders, your ancient battle formation Green City Rampage is badly damaged. How dare you take it out? 100 years ago, because you were practicing this battle formation, you couldn't stay more than 10 feet away from each other. Now that you are willing to come out, who will guard your blessed land headquarters?" The bronze giant raised his head and stared at the Blazing Heaven Demoness. An ancient voice could be heard from the bronze giant's body, "Sky-scorching Demoness. Since you know that this is the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, you should know that its strength can rival rank 8. Hei Chung and Hei Lulon are members of our Hei tribe. Our Hei tribe is handling our own matters. An outsider like you cannot interfere. Don't forget that the Grand Zombie Alliance also belong to the Righteous Path. You are the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. You have a heavy responsibility. You need to be careful." Then, another voice said, "Heaven Blazing Demoness, are you not going to deal with old ancestor Shwehu? What are you doing here? Causing trouble?" Ha 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 ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness threw her head back and laughed. At this moment, Fairy Lishan said, "Old ancestor Shwehu's matter is not something you 4 Hei tribe elders can worry about. Besides, this is your family's matter. Isn't it our family's matter?" "What do you mean?" The shocked voices of the 4 Hei tribe elders came from inside the bronze giant. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a strong sense of foreboding. "Big sister," Fairy Lishan suddenly shouted. The tacit understanding between siblings. There was no need to use too many words to express it. The Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter came to a stop as she stared at the bronze giant. A ball of flame ignited on the bronze giant's body, instantly turning into a raging inferno. It burned all over the bronze giant's body. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant that was the size of a hill had become a giant orange torch. Immortal killer move, Fire Prison. Amidst the flames, the bronze giant found it difficult to move, as if it had fallen into extremely viscous black oil. The 4 Hei tribe elders that formed the bronze giant were astonished. "When did you get hit? This killer move is actually so powerful. Even our unstoppable Qingcheng couldn't break free for a while. The key is this move. There was no warning at all. It's impossible to guard against." However, the 4 old men were extremely experienced in battle. They only took a few breaths of time to understand. They recalled the Angry Bird attack that had struck the bronze giant's chest, and the place where the fire prison had just burned was the bronze giant's chest. This was an immortal combo move. The so-called consecutive immortal killer moves were formed when 2 or more immortal killer moves were used consecutively, increasing their power or effect resonance. Angry Bird and Fire Prison. These 2 immortal killer moves could form an immortal combo. The Blazing Sky Demoness first used the Angry Bird to bombard the bronze giant before using Fire Prison, immediately trapping Qingcheng unhindered. If a certain amount of time was exceeded, or if she activated the Fire Prison first, Blazing Heaven Demoness would need to prepare her killer move for a while. During this time, it would be easy for the 4 elders to dodge. Moreover, the power of the Fire Prison wasn't as great as it was now. The principle behind this was simple. They were Dao marks. Immortal killer moves were powerful methods that used immortal goo as the core. The reason why it was so powerful was because it had formed temporary Dao marks. The Angry Bird landed on the bronze giant's chest, leaving behind fire path Dao marks for a short period of time. Blazing Heaven Demoness used these fire path Dao marks as a foundation. She activated Fire Prison, raising its power by a level, trapping the bronze giant temporarily. A Gu immortal who can think of an immortal combo move has to be a great grandmaster. So Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path attainment level has already reached such a high level. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. Fire Path Great Grandmaster. This attainment level was not something ordinary Gu immortals could reach. Roar. The bronze giant roared angrily towards the sky. Large amounts of green mist gushed out of its body. Wherever the green fog went, the flames were extinguished. Evidently, this mysterious green fog was a powerful immortal killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis Immortal combo move could not last more than 10 breaths of time. It was close to collapsing. However, it was still a waste of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fairy Lishan had already finished preparing and used her trump card. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move. Pear Garden and Mountain. The ground started to shake. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, muffled sounds that made one's heart palpitate could be heard from deep underground. The ground started to bulge. The terrain changed rapidly. The originally flat grassland started to bulge. A mound started to rise. Soon, this mound started to rise, becoming taller and taller. On both sides of the mound, mountains started to rise as well. Eventually, the mound stopped rising, as a ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant from all directions. The trembling of the ground finally stopped. The terrain of the surrounding Thousand Li, because of Fairy Lishan's immortal battlefield killer move, had completely changed. Such a grand effect, it was not an exaggeration to say that the world was changing. A ring of mountains surrounded the bronze giant. It was like a huge bowl or a cage, blocking the 4 elders of He tribe. In the blink of an eye, the bronze giant was like a turtle trapped in a jar. Feng Yuan's heart jumped, even though he knew that Fairy Lishan had such a trump card. But looking at this scene, he was inwardly shocked. In his previous life, when Fairy Lishan used this move, it was not this powerful. How could there be such a huge improvement in this life? Don't tell me, it is because of minuscule mountain? Feng Yuan suddenly had a thought. That should be the case. Fairy Lishan's Pear Garden and Mountain is similar to Hataru. It has extraordinary power, but the price is also huge. Every time it is used, the Gu Immortal's Dao marks are permanently expended. Thus, in history, Fairy Lishan has rarely used this immortal battlefield killer move. In other words, this was an unconventional method. It was a forbidden move. If it was used frequently, one's foundation and cultivation level would fall sharply. Minuscule Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Ranzu recorded that the mountain was filled with abundant Dao marks. Fairy Lishan placed it in her immortal aperture, and the Dao marks on Minuscule Mountain became her foundation. They were used and expended by her. Thus, Pear Garden and Mountain's power was so terrifying, it far surpassed Feng Yuan's knowledge in his previous life. The 4 elders of He tribe were ranked 7 Gu Immortals. Their ancient battle formation Green City Rampage was ranked 3rd in the world. But Fairy Lishan used Minuscule Mountain to use Pear Garden and Mountain. Even the bronze giant that was comparable to rank 8 was imprisoned. She controlled the situation immediately. Feng Yuan and the rest were already floating in the air, looking down. The bronze giant was tall, but it was still shorter than the surrounding mountain peaks. Fairy Lishan had already stopped controlling it. But the transformation of Pear Garden and Mountain was still continuing. In the valley formed by the mountains, vegetation grew rapidly. Countless pear trees stood tall. The tree roots were like countless green snakes, crawling and spreading rapidly. At the same time, pear blossoms bloomed, drifting with the wind like snow. Behind the bronze giant, a pair of thick and huge bronze wings grew. One of the 4 elders of He tribe cultivated transformation path. Thus, the bronze giant had such a transformation. This was the specialty of an ancient battle formation. Once an immortal Gu house was refined, its methods would be fixed. And ancient battle formations had different battle methods according to the abilities of the Gu Immortals who used them. The 4 elders of He tribe wanted to fly out of the cage. However, countless thick roots had already bound the bronze giant's legs tightly. Oomph! The bronze giant let out a cold snort. Suddenly, the luster on its body changed. It was like a fire was burning in the deepest part of its body. Its originally moss-covered bronze body had now turned into a dark red bronze body. Dark Path and Fire Path dual immortal killer move. Dark Ember. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, deafening to the ears. A dark red, translucent shockwave. It burst out from the bronze giant's body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the shockwave went, the thick tree roots that were entangled together were like burning paper, turning into ashes. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze giant shook 3 times. 3 powerful shockwaves swept away all the surrounding restraints. At once, dust clouds rumbled. The mountain shook. Countless rocks fell. The powerful and ferocious aura caused Fairy Li Shan to take a small step back. Hei Lulan did not seem to feel it. Her fierce gaze was fixed on one of the bronze giant's hands. In this giant hand, her father, Hei Chung, was imprisoned. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. He had gradually figured it out. It was clear that Fairy Li Shan, Hei Lulan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness were in cahoots. Today's plan was to kill Hei Chung, and it was also targeted at him, Fang Yuan. I wanted to kill Hei Lulan, but I was tricked by them first. Fang Yuan looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Before this, he had never thought that the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would have such a close relationship with Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Blazing Heaven Demoness sensed Fang Yuan's gaze and looked at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, turning his gaze away. He was in danger now. If he wanted to escape, Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan would bring him trouble, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was an obstacle he could not overcome. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Blazing Heaven Demoness definitely knew about it. Now is not the time to act rashly. Since they did not attack me directly, there is still room for discussion. Moreover, even if I escape, it is useless. I have joined Zombie Alliance now, and Blazing Heaven Demoness is the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Most importantly, there is also the information path Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. It was laughable that Fang Yuan had asked Fairy Li Shan for advice on how to get out of the Zombie Alliance agreement. This means that my identity as Xing Xiangzi has been exposed. Since Hei Lulan already knows that I have star path cultivation, with her intelligence, she must have guessed that I have already taken star form blessed land for myself. Hei Lulan called Fairy Li Shan Little Ant. I thought it was just an affectionate nickname, like Big Brother or Little Brother. To think that it was really Little Ant, there is still Great Ant above Little Ant. And to think that Hei Lulan's Great Ant has such a huge origin. Chapter 950. Blazing Heaven Demoness was actually Hei Lulan's aunt. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's battle strength was at most rank 7. Against Hei Lulan, Fang Yuan had the advantage, but she had the great strength true martial physique. He needed to be on guard against her counterattack. Against Fairy Li Shan, they could only be evenly matched. Once Fairy Li Shan's immortal battlefield killer move was used, Fang Yuan would be at a disadvantage. He could not afford to be hit by this move. Against Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was at a huge disadvantage. Even though Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, his bottom tier rank 6 cultivation level could not compare to his rank 8 cultivation level. Even a rank 7 Gu immortal could not fight against a rank 8. Feng Juga was an exception. He was the only one in Central Continent in the past 1,000 years. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to deal with Blazing Heaven Demoness. The enemy was so strong. Fang Yuan was in an absolute disadvantage. The only thing I can rely on now is the alliance agreement I made with Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan back then. Allies can't kill each other. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Earlier, he had felt that this alliance agreement was a hindrance, but now he had to rely on it. However, Fairy Li Shan is an information path Gu immortal. This alliance agreement might not be reliable. Blazing Heaven Demoness has the strength to suppress me, but she has not done anything yet. If Fairy Li Shan really wanted to kill me, she would not have set up this situation. Also, Blazing Heaven Demoness knows my identity. Why did she sponsor me to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu? This shows that they do not want to take my life. They have other motives. As for what they were after, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding. Overall, Fang Yuan's current situation was not life-threatening. This was also the reason why he did not move and did not try to escape. Right when Fang Yuan was thinking about his safety, the trapped bronze giant in the pear orchard raised its head and roared. After a few killer moves, Embark, countless pear trees in the valley were reduced to ashes. Although they continued to grow from the soil, it would take some time for them to reach the feet of the bronze giant. Seizing this opportunity, another 2 pairs of bronze wings sprouted from the bronze giant's back. At the same time, the bronze giant's entire body changed. Its originally wide head turned into the head of an eagle, and its entire body became tall and slender. His hands and feet turned into sharp claws. Who? The 3 pairs of giant wings flapped in unison. At the same time, the bronze giant bent its knees, stomped on the ground, and soared into the sky. The ground trembled, and a huge pit appeared. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, mixed with countless ashes. This time, the bronze giant was no longer entangled by the tree roots, but it had just risen into the air. The 4 elders of He tribe felt a strong suction force pulling the bronze giant, not letting it go far away. He tribe's 4 elders were shocked. Every time the bronze giant ascended, it would exert a powerful suction force. It would skyrocket by 10 times. The bronze giant was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard the 3 pairs of wings flapped, the speed of the giant's ascent became slower and slower until it slowly climbed up. It was like a snail. At its limit, it could not go more than 30 meters above the ground. Boom! Another sound. The bronze giant landed on the ground again. He tribe's 4 elders were silent. Needless to say, anyone could guess it. Their expressions were ashen right now. This was the true power of Pear Orchard in the mountain. Fairy Lishan mainly cultivated Information Path, while dual cultivating Earth and Wood Path. Pear Orchard in the mountain was a battlefield killer move that combined Earth Path and Wood Path. Pear blossoms were like snow, entangling tree roots, but that was only one aspect of Wood Path. And the pulling force of gravity was the true manifestation of Earth Path. Of course, this was also because Fairy Lishan used Minuscule Mountain in her body. Otherwise, if she used the original Pear Orchard in the mountain with her own strength, the bronze giant might break through it. After all, this was the ancient battlefield Green City Rampage, even though it was incomplete, but the 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals had battle strength that could rival rank 8. The bronze giant could not get out. It landed on the ground. In the valley, countless tree roots coiled around the bronze giant like a group of pythons, restraining it. At this time, a phoenix cry exploded in the sky, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. 3 angry birds fused into one in the sky, turning into a fire phoenix of average size. The phoenix cried loudly, flapping its wings at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky as it landed on the bronze giant's arm, before vanishing completely. The bronze giant displayed strong defense. Only a deep pit was left on its arm. Next, green fog coiled around it. The deep pit swelled up like it was made of glue, rapidly recovering. However, blazing heaven demoness attacks did not stop. She stood proudly in the sky, slowly raising her arm, aiming at the bronze giant below her as she slashed down from above. Fire Path Killer Move, Phoenix Feather Triple Wing Blade. 3 flames took shape in an instant. The feathers looked like the wings of a phoenix, curved and pointed, but also like sharp scimitars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 flaming blades tore through the sky, burning fiercely as they created a huge sound of wind. The 3 blades slashed at the same location. Combined with the angry birds from earlier, they created a combo effect again. The bronze giant's arm was actually cut off by these 3 blades. He tribe's 4 old-timers shouted angrily, but it was too late. The bronze giant was formed from an ancient battle formation. After the arm left the main body, it was like the Gu formation was sliced off. Without the 4 old-timers' immortal essence supply, the arm quickly turned into nothingness. Countless Gu worms flew around, flying towards the bronze giant. He Chung, who was in her hands, lost his restraints and fell to the ground. The bronze giant wanted to grab him again, but was stopped by blazing heaven demoness. He Chung wanted to escape, but the situation was different now. He was in the pear garden. Soon, he was entangled by countless vines and tree roots. He was pushed away and landed in Fairy Lishan's hands. Let him go. He tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. Several killer moves, Dark Ember, erupted. Dragon markings appeared on the bronze giant's chest and back. Like they were floating out of the water, they turned into a bronze giant dragon. They flew everywhere. This was He tribe's first Supreme Elder's famous killer move, 9-layer dragon protection. It combined offense and defense, With the amplification of the ancient battle formation, it displayed terrifying might. At once, 9 dragons flew with unstoppable momentum. The mountain collapsed. Pear blossoms fell. Grass and trees flew everywhere. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. Quick, we can't hold on any longer. The bronze giant erupted with his peak battle strength. It was not easy for the pear garden to last until now. Go. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more decisive. She threw out a long flame chain, binding Fang Yuan, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and He Cheng. Next, she activated her killer move, turning into a streak of light. Pulling everyone along, she flew away. The moment he was bound by the flame chain, Fang Yuan subconsciously wanted to resist, but he restrained himself. Blazing Heaven Demoness was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the horizon with everyone. 10 breaths of time later, the pear garden was completely destroyed. A terrifying landslide ravaged the entire battlefield. The bronze giant successfully flew into the sky, roaring at the sky, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Blazing Heaven Demoness movement killer move. It was extremely fast. He Tribe's 4 old-timers had to spend a lot of effort to catch up. Even if they caught up and fought, it would be hard to determine the victor. But He Tribe's 4 old-timers could not back down. They had to chase. He Cheng was acting as He Tribe's 4 supreme elders. After handling He Tribe's matters for so many years, he knew many secrets. Furthermore, as a super force, their Gu Immortal was kidnapped by someone else. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders had lost all their face if they did not teach Blazing Heaven Demoness a lesson. In the future, they would have to face other super forces, the righteous path and the demonic path. They could not even raise their heads. He Tribe's Immortal Gu House Dark Prison was already lost. If He Cheng was kidnapped, He Tribe's reputation would plummet. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a falling wall. He Tribe was so weak, they would definitely be suppressed by other forces. They would be forced to give up many of Northern Plains' cultivation resources. Green City Rampage was an ancient battle formation. He Tribe's 4 supreme elders did not lack movement killer moves. Right now, if they used them together, their speed would be several times faster than Blazing Heaven Demoness. But just as the bronze giant was about to chase, a request for reinforcements arrived in front of He Tribe's 4 old-timers. What? Someone infiltrated the Blessed Land's headquarters. Most of the resources were stolen. We suffered huge losses. He Tribe's Gu Immortals who stayed behind are all heavily injured. The old man is extremely strong. His rank 8 aura is undoubtedly leaking. He Tribe's 4 old-timers were furious. This was definitely a scheme. Right now, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has 3 rank 8s, including Blazing Heaven Demoness. Damn it! Our headquarters cannot be lost. The Blessed Land's defenses are not enough to begin with. We were all schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Go. We can only go back and defend. The bronze giant roared. The muscles on his arms bulged as he pulled, creating a huge black hole in the space in front of him. The bronze giant entered the black hole and vanished, only leaving behind a messy battlefield. He Tribe is not chasing us. We are safe. Blazing Heaven Demoness landed on the ground with everyone. She put away the fire chains that were binding them. Next, with a wave of her hand, the surrounding Tin Li was covered in a layer of dark red light. The battle had calmed down, but Fang Yuan was even more vigilant. He moved his shoulders and wrists, saying to Fairy Li Shan with a calm expression, "So you are on the same side. You two really hid it from me?" "Same here." Fairy Li Shan smiled with deep meaning in her words. Evidently, she already knew that Fang Yuan had occupied Star Form Blessed Land and was disguised as Xing Xiang Zi. "Spare me. Spare my life. I am willing to serve you. I am willing to do anything for you. Keeping me alive is more useful to you." He Cheng struggled to get up. He had an anxious expression as he shouted. Blazing Heaven Demoness removed the fire chains from the others. Only He Cheng was tied up. The change in the situation was not only out of Fang Yuan's imagination, it was out of his imagination as well. Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes, pointing at He Cheng as she scolded, "Scoundrel, my third sister loved you so much, but you harmed her life. If that's not enough, you even want to kill your own woman. Hei Cheng knelt on the ground, raising his head and begging, I am willing to do anything for you. I am willing to tell you all of Hei tribe's secrets. Among them is rank 8 old ancestor Hei Fan's time path inheritance. Didn't Su Xian heir get close to me for this inheritance? Didn't all of you want this inheritance? I will tell you everything I know. I will not hide anything. But Fairy Li Shan was unmoved. Hei Cheng turned to blazing heaven demoness. I have no intention of offending you. Back then, if I had found out that you were behind Su Xian heir, I would not have killed her no matter what. This is all a misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Hei tribe was a super force. It had a long history. Their ancestors had been rich before. During Hei Fan's era, Hei tribe had rank 8 Gu immortals. They were a powerful force in northern plains. However, their lifespan was limited. After Hei Fan died, Hei tribe weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. This was the norm in the Gu immortal world. Rise and fall, it was like the ebb and flow of the tide. After you sing, I will appear. Hei Cheng begged. He knew that this was his only chance of survival. Against rank 8 blazing heaven demoness, against Hei Lulan who had deep hatred for him, using Hei tribe as a threat was useless. Thankfully, he had Hei Fan's inheritance. Hei tribe could not inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance was extremely attractive to any Gu immortal. But blazing heaven demoness smiled coldly. Looking at Hei Lulan, she said in a gentle tone, Your life is not mine. Whether you can survive or not depends on Little Lan. Little Lan, do whatever you want. Little Lan, do whatever you want. I have already restrained Hei Cheng. He is as weak as a mortal now. Little Lan, listen to me. Hei Cheng knelt on the ground, rubbing his knees against the ground. He hurriedly crawled towards Hei Lulan. You are my biological daughter, and I am your biological father. You have Hei tribe's bloodline in you. You have the huge advantage of inheriting Hei Fan's inheritance. If your mother was still alive, she would not want us to be related. Am I right? If your mother saw that you could inherit Hei Fan's inheritance, she would be extremely happy. Also, you have one of the 10 extreme physiques. You were able to live until now because I asked Jiang Yu to protect you. You cannot deny this. Hei Lulan looked down at Hei Cheng. Seeing his panicked expression, she frowned and showed extreme disgust. Then, she fiercely kicked Hei Cheng. I will only ask you one question. Hei Lulan's expression was cold as ice. Ask me. Ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Hei Cheng seemed to see hope in living. Hei Lulan took a deep breath. Her eyes were red as she said with a trembling voice, Mother loved you so much. She trusted you so much. She knew that you wanted to harm her, but she still believed that you would repent and stop because of love. Facing someone who loved you so much, how could you do it in the end? Hei Cheng was stunned. He was originally on the ground, tied up. He was using his elbows to support his body, trying to sit up. But he was stopped by Hei Lulan's question. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue. A gust of wind blew, blowing Hei Cheng's muddy hair. His eyes turned red. The scenes of him and Su Xian heir loving each other appeared in his mind. Regret, pain, sorrow, all sorts of emotions filled his chest. He choked, then wailed. How could I not know that your mother loved me? But, I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of death. Sob, 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 sob. After answering, Hei Cheng no longer had the strength to support his body. He fell to the ground. He was like an old dog, or a rotten prawn, curled up, sobbing in the dirty soil. His snot and tears mixed together, flowing down his cheeks. His silk robe was already tattered, covered in blood. His handsomeness, his past elegance, was like a dried mud mask. In the face of death, this layer of mask collapsed and dispersed. Hei Lulan and the rest fell into silence. The scene became silent. Only the sound of wind could be heard from time to time, as well as Hei Cheng's intermittent sobbing. Hei Cheng's performance made everyone here sigh endlessly. Between life and death, there was a great terror. Facing life and death, even a rank 9 Venerable was extremely weak. Eternal life. Was it possible? Fang Yuan only knew. Since ancient times, no one had reached this level. Let him go. At this time, Emotions surged out of He Lolan's body, turning into a translucent female immortal. Su Xian, He Lolan's mother. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. Back then, before Su Xian died, she left He Lulan a sum of immortal essence, as well as this familial love. Because of familial love and the help of immortal essence, He Lulan was able to activate immortal goo even as a mortal. Third sister. Seeing this emotion, Fairy Li Shan could not help but shed tears. Blazing heaven demoness eyes were also red. She showed guilt and regret on her face. He Lulan lowered her head, looking at He Cheng indifferently, as if she was in deep thought. Su Xian's figure floated behind He Lulan. She stretched out her arms and hugged her daughter, urging warmly, "Let him go. Look at how pitiful he is. After killing me, he has already experienced the pain of regret for the rest of his life. Is he really happy? No, even though he is living an ignoble life, he is living in fear and guilt. He is only a slave of death. Even though he is alive, he is already dead. Let him go. Letting him go is letting yourself go. Xiaolan, don't live in hatred. Don't live in the past. You should have a new life. Don't carry the sin of killing your father. It is very heavy. Believe me, revenge never leads to salvation. It leads to destruction. I hope you can live a better life. Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good," He Lulan said as she walked towards He Cheng. Next, she raised her foot. She stomped down. Like what blazing heaven demoness had said, He Cheng was as weak as a mortal. Thus, under He Lulan's foot, his head smashed into the ground like a watermelon, his brain juice and blood, his skull and teeth, they were all smashed into pieces. The high and mighty He Cheng, a rank 7 Gu immortal, a hero of his generation, lost his life here. Su Xian was stunned. Next, she looked at He Lulan as she turned around, saying, "There is nothing that I cannot bear, Mother, just like how you knew back then, but still allowed him to harm you. I have my own determination. If I do this, I will die? Heh, I am not that weak." Xiaolan. Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, holding He Lulan's hand worriedly. Xiaolan. Blazing heaven demoness muttered. She wanted to walk towards He Lulan, but she did not do so in the end. So that's it. I think I understand. Feng Yuan had been observing their expressions. Chapter 951. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. There were many mountain peaks, clouds and mist covered the sky. In the depths of a bamboo forest, a waterfall that resembled white silk hung down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong sat quietly on the branch of a pine tree, looking at the waterfall in front of her as tears fell silently. During this period of time, the Gu immortals that Central Continent sent to Northern Plains to investigate had already returned. But there was no news of Feng Jioga. To Feng Kim Hong, there was no news of her father. He was trapped in an outer region. It was likely that he was in trouble. These last days, Feng Kim Hong did not want to eat or drink. She was not in the right state of cultivation. She wiped her face with tears. She was getting thinner and thinner. Life and death. This heavy word, at an unexpected time, fiercely struck Feng Kim Hong's fragile heart. It was not that Feng Kim Hong had never seen death before. It was just that when her loved ones faced such a situation, she lost all her indifference and calmness. But she was still strong. The bad news did not break her down completely. Only when there was no one around would she secretly wipe her tears. On the surface, she was cultivating as usual, but she did not know what she had been cultivating recently. A silhouette, like an ink painting, quietly descended behind Feng Jin Huang from faint to thick. "Daughter!" A familiar voice called out from behind. Feng Kim Hong turned around and saw that the person was her mother, Fairy Bai Qing. "Mother!" Feng Kim Hong could not hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's embrace and started sobbing loudly. Fairy Bai Qing consoled her for a while. Feng Kim Hong gradually stopped sobbing. "Mother, father is so powerful. He must be fine, right?" Feng Kim Hong raised her head, looking at her mother with hope and expectation. But Fairy Bai Qing did not say anything about this. She directly consoled her. She shook her head. Even the strongest rank 9 Gu immortal will die one day. Not to mention your father. Huang don't cry. Let me tell you a story. This was a story from The Legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu wanted to rely on the Featherman's abilities to save his daughter who was trapped in the ordinary abyss. But the freedom of the Featherman will not be bound. Renzu thought of a plan. If the spell failed, the Feathermen would rather die than go against their freedom. Renzu fell into a daze. He could not find a good way to save his children. His eldest son, Verdant Great Son, was like this. His daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, was also like this. At this time, Self-Gu in Renzu's heart spoke. "O human, you want to save your son Verdant Great Sunday. I have a way." Renzu wanted to save as many as he could, so he quickly asked, "Oh, what method?" Self-Gu laughed. "All living beings in the world will die. This is because Fate-Gu entered the door of life and death and visited Fairness-Gu. Humans, when you enter the gate of life and death and walk the path of life and death, as long as you don't walk on the path of fate and tread on a path that belongs to you alone. When you walk into the gate of life and death and walk out again, a brand new road will be formed. That way, you will be halfway to success. Next, you only need to bring your son Verdant Great Son onto your path and leave the gate of life and death. You will be able to return to the human world, to a place where the sun shines. Your son Verdant Great Son will be able to escape death and obtain a new life." Renzu listened to Self-Gu's method. He was hesitant, but there was no better way. Thus, he decided to let Boundless Forest Samsara stay in ordinary abyss for a while, and use Self-Gu's method to save his son Verdant Great Sunday. Renzu moved towards the gate of life and death. As he walked, he met a beast man. This beast man was very strong. His muscles were like rocks, his fangs were sharper than swords. He took huge steps as he ran in the wilderness, screaming, "Don't come over! Don't come over! I'm scared." Renzu felt strange. He asked, "Oh, beast man, what are you afraid of?" The beast man said, "I am afraid of my own shadow. It is always following me. I cannot get rid of it. I am so scared that I can only run around. I am tired, thirsty, and hungry. I cannot hold on any longer." Renzu felt it was funny. "Oh, beast man, you have such a strong body, but you are afraid of a harmless shadow? Are you a coward? What is there to be afraid of?" At this time, a goo worm came out of the beastman's heart, laughing at Renzu. "Oh human, don't talk big. You are not afraid because you have not met my Fear-Gu." Fear-Gu? Renzu took a step back, his expression changing. Once Fear-Gu appeared, Renzu felt fear in his heart. He felt fear. Fear-Gu laughed even more arrogantly before saying to the beast man, "I will let you off for now, little beast man, you pitiful worm." The beast man was freed. He collapsed on the ground, crying tears of joy. Fear-Gu turned around, facing Renzu. "Oh human, you dare to look down on my Fear-Gu. Now I will let you suffer the torture of fear." Saying so, the Fear-Gu directly entered Renzu's heart. Renzu felt boundless fear. He was afraid of this and afraid of that. Fear-Gu made him afraid of wind. Every time there was wind, Renzu would scream in fear. Fear-Gu made him afraid of sunlight. Renzu could only travel at night, often getting lost. During the day, he would go into caves or hide under the shade of trees. Fear-Gu made Renzu afraid of leaves. Thus Renzu left the forest. Any tree could make him scream. Fear-Gu made Renzu afraid of snakes. In the end, Renzu did not even use the grass rope he weaved. Next, Fear-Gu made Renzu afraid of rain. Every time it rained, Renzu could only hide like a turtle and look at the raindrops in the sky timidly. He was extremely frightened. Renzu wanted to go to the door of life and death, but after being poisoned by Fear-Gu, he could not move far. When Fear-Gu understood Renzu's goal, it made Renzu afraid of death. Renzu did not dare to go to the door of life and death, because entering the door of life and death, it was walking from life to death. Renzu was afraid he would die, so he could only stay where he was. Self-Gu sighed. "Oh human, death is not scary. What is scary is the fear in your heart." "That's right." Fear-Gu heard this and said proudly, "Only my fear itself is worth being afraid of." After Fairy Bai Qing finished her story, Feng Kim Hong, who was in her arms, was silent for a long time. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her daughter lovingly, saying, Huang Er, no matter what the result is, please be strong and face death. Death is not scary. Everyone will die. Even rank 9 Gu immortals are not exempted. Your father might be dead. He might not be dead. One day, I will die. You will also face death. Don't be defeated by the fear in your heart. Feng Kim Huang's body shuddered. She struggled lightly, getting out of her mother's warm embrace. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but at this moment, she showed determination. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing. She gritted her teeth. Mother, I understand. I am going to cultivate. I will no longer have fear in my heart. No matter what happens to father, I will not be afraid. I will face it, face anything that might happen. I am Feng Kim Hong. How can I embarrass my parents? Hee, such a good child. Fairy Bai Qing concealed the worry in her eyes, showing a gratified smile on her face. Actually, she was panicking inwardly. Feng Jiuge's disappearance. The influence was huge. Spirit Affinity House recruited Feng Jiuge and became the leader of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. The other 9 sects were more or less suppressed. This was the characteristic of a society with a cultivation strength system, expanding one's personal influence to the maximum. Now that Feng Jiuge was not around, Spirit Affinity House's power had fallen drastically. The other 9 sects were getting restless. Central Continent was filled with turbulent undercurrents. There would definitely be intense turbulence in the future. It was the same outside the sect. Inside the sect, Fairy Bai Qing's days were also not good. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were sects, there would be internal strife. Feng Jiuji's disappearance caused the group of forces that had been suppressed to the lowest level to suddenly raise their heads. Feng Jiuge was truly too domineering, to the point that Fairy Bai Qing almost forgot that there were many people in the sect who opposed her. These last days, these people had worked together to ostracize Fairy Bai Qing. Fairy Bai Qing loved Feng Jiuge deeply. She naturally wanted to go to Northern Plains to save him. But she painstakingly endured and suppressed this strong impulse. She had a child. Feng Jiuge was so powerful, but there was no news of him. She could not act rashly. If she went, what would happen to Feng Kim Hong? She is still a child. This was Fairy Bai Qing's inner thoughts. In the eyes of almost every parent, their child would always be a child. Northern Plains. He Cheng's headless corpse was still lying on the muddy ground. His soul was wailing, unable to escape from He Lulan's grasp. He Lulan killed He Cheng and crushed her own father's head, but that was not enough. Right now, He Cheng's soul was also captured. He would definitely be tortured and interrogated by He Lulan in the future. Meanwhile, Blazing Heaven Demonis squatted on the ground, activating an immortal killer move. A small fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing at He Cheng's abdomen. The fiery hand easily entered He Cheng's corpse. After fiddling around for a while, it flew out with a bead in its hand. This is He Cheng's immortal aperture. I will take it out temporarily. Little Lon, this is for you. It can only last for 7 days and nights. Once the time is up, my immortal killer move will break apart, and the immortal aperture will fuse with heaven and earth, forming a blessed land. It is a pity that the goo worms in the immortal aperture, be they mortal or immortal, have all been destroyed. Blazing Heaven Demonis said as she handed this fire bead to He Lulan. He Lulan received it silently. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked at Blazing Heaven Demonis' method. Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled. Don't look at me like that. He. This aperture-taking method is not my ability. It is because when I was in Eastern Sea, I accidentally found old Immortal Kong Ju's inheritance. I learned his aperture-taking method and created this Fire Path Immortal Killer move. Blazing Heaven Demonis was an extremely rare Great Grandmaster. At this attainment level, it was very easy to comprehend by analogy. Her methods were extremely comprehensive and rich. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fang Yuan with a cold smile. Chapter 952. Alright, let's talk about your matters now, Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan looked at Fang Yuan with a cold smile. Fang Yuan's heart shook. But blazing heaven Demoness said, "No rush, I am waiting for someone." "Oh? Who?" Fairy Li Shan was surprised. "It's me." A voice suddenly resounded. Everyone's pupils shrunk. They turned around at lightning speed, facing the person. This person had extraordinary strength. If he did not speak, they would not have sensed that someone was so close to them. But when they saw the person's appearance, they felt that it was only natural. Old Ancestor Xuehu. He Lulan shouted in a deep voice. First leader. Fairy Li Shan's voice was dry. She had a surprised expression. The person had an old face, but he was in good spirits. His snow-white beard was very thick. It reached his feet. Right now, his aura was concealed. There was no aura left. He was like an ordinary farmer. But no one was worried. They were extremely vigilant. Because he was the #1 demonic path immortal in Northern Plains, the controller of snowy mountain blessed land. After the battle of rank 8s, he was even called the strongest rank 8 Gu immortal, Old Ancestor Xuehu. Facing Old Ancestor Xuehu, only blazing heaven Demoness had a calm expression. "Xuehu, your gains were good, right?" Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded, saying slowly, "Even though He tribe has been weak these years, it is still a super force with deep foundations. This time, we infiltrated Iron Eagle blessed land and gained a lot." So it turned out. He tribe's 4 old-timers used the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage to chase after He Chung, causing their headquarters to be empty. Old Ancestor Xuehu sneaked into Iron Eagle blessed land to collect Gu refinement materials. He plundered wantonly. When He tribe's 4 old-timers hurried back, he had already succeeded in his mission and retreated. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance are fighting intensely. They are in constant conflict. But this time, Blazing Heaven Demoness actually allied with Old Ancestor Xue, who to deal with He tribe? Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Blazing Heaven Demoness in a different light. Blazing Heaven Demoness was domineering, but her true strength was her intelligence. If she had not asked Old Ancestor Xuehu to act, the 4 elders of He tribe would have chased them relentlessly. The Blazing Heaven Demoness would not be able to escape so easily. As for Old Ancestor Xuehu, his battle strength could be said to be #1 in Northern Plains, but he was willing to be used by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Ultimately, Blazing Heaven Demoness was targeting Old Ancestor Xuehu's weakness. Old Ancestor Xuehu urgently needed Gu refinement immortal materials. Even though he knew he was being used, he was willing to do it. Alright, this is the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and the other immortal zombie bodies. Although I used a few of them, but most of them were still there. I'll return these to you. Old Ancestor Xuehu waved his hand and tins of immortal zombie corpses appeared on the ground. Among them, there was even a slumbering immortal zombie. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Old Ancestor Xuehu looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie with some regret. He knew that the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had some immortal goo. But these last days, even though he tried his best, he could not extract these immortal goo. This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique immortal zombie had many methods. It used an unknown immortal killer move to fall into slumber. Old Ancestor Xuehu's actions were slightly bigger. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie showed signs of self-detonation. The immortal goo in his immortal aperture also showed signs of self-detonation. Blazing Heaven Demoness kept these immortal zombies as she nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Xuehu is a trustworthy person. Then according to the agreement, I promise that Zombie Alliance will stop the all-out war against Snowy Mountain. Both sides will stop fighting. Old Ancestor Xuehu's eyes shined as he sized up Blazing Heaven Demoness. He smiled. "Demoness, it seems that you have made great gains in Eastern Sea. Your strength has increased greatly. But your time path injuries are still there. Now that He tribe's 4 elders are guarding Iron Eagle blessed land again, after this matter, they will not move out easily. Demoness, if you want to obtain He Fan's time path inheritance in the blessed land to resolve your injuries, it will be extremely difficult. In the future, if you want to attack He tribe's headquarters, I can help." Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly, clapping. "Good. I am also looking forward to working with you again." Old Ancestor Xuehu nodded. his figure gradually dissipated. After a few breaths of time, he vanished on the spot like fog under the sunlight. From start to finish, old ancestor Shui Hu did not even glance at He Qing's headless corpse on the ground. Earlier, blazing heaven Demonis and old ancestor Shui Hu were still locked in battle, but now, they were actually talking about working together again. Being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of the hand, this was the method of these rank 8 great experts. Old ancestor Shui, who was known as the #1 Gu immortal in Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed blazing heaven Demonis, but this time, he actually admitted defeat and returned the immortal zombie captives and corpses. He did not even care about his reputation as the #1 expert. However, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Reputation was a very secondary thing. There was one thing that could move almost everyone in the world. That was benefits. Gu immortals were also humans. They cared about benefits. In fact, Gu immortals making compromises with each other was normal in cultivation. It was not easy to cultivate to this stage. Why would they fight to the death? If there were no special reasons, Gu immortals would not do this. Gu immortals wanted to develop themselves well, because there was a sharp blade hanging above their heads. Every once in a while, the sharp blade would descend and slash at their necks. If they could not endure it, they would die. If they could endure it, their vitality would be greatly injured. This sharp blade was a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more terrifying the calamities and tribulations, the difficulty of surviving them would increase, and the chances of survival would be even slimmer. Rank 8s like old ancestor Shui Hu and blazing heaven Demonis could be said to be treading on thin ice. They were in grave danger. If they were careless, they would die under the calamities and tribulations. Thus, rank 8 Gu immortals were very vigilant. Earlier, when Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together to fight against old ancestor Shui Hu, did they really use their full strength and trump cards? No. Both sides were only probing each other. But the result was that old ancestor Shui Hu won. Thus, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu stopped, because if they continued, the battle would escalate and they would lose control of the situation. They would be in danger. Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands battle was in full swing, but there were few casualties. It was all talk and no action. Because be it old ancestor Shui Hu or blazing heaven Demonis, they knew their limits. This time, both sides cooperated. It seemed sudden, but that was not the case. Be it blazing heaven Demonis or old ancestor Shui Hu, they achieved their goals. The former saved the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique immortal zombie body and the immortal zombie bodies. They completed the mission given by Zombie Alliance's headquarters and also defended Zombie Alliance's reputation. The latter compromised, but they plundered He Tribe's headquarters. Their gains were even greater than losing these immortal zombies. The only one who suffered losses was the super force He Tribe. He Tribe's losses were severe, but who would care about it? One could say, He Tribe was the most wronged party. They paid the price for the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain. But who asked the 4 elders of He Tribe to fall into their trap? In this world, be it Gu immortals or mortals, there was no question of who was wronged, only who had more strength and methods. The strong preyed on the weak, such a cruel and beautiful rule of the game. After confirming that old ancestor Shui Hu had left, blazing heaven Demonis turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Now, let's talk about you, Fang Yuan. She had a slight smile on her face. She called Fang Yuan by his name and no longer called him Xingxiang Zi. Imperceptibly, the pressure in Fang Yuan's heart surged. Fang Yuan, however, smiled confidently. I am all ears to hear what you 3 have to say. Blazing heaven Demonis frowned. She, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan had plotted for a long time. They set up this trap, not only to take revenge for He Lulan and kill He Cheng. Moreover, they schemed against He Tribe, resolving the battle between Zombie Alliance and Snowy Mountain, and even forced Fang Yuan to take a step back so that their plans would succeed. But now, it seemed that Fang Yuan did not care about such strong pressure. He was also like a slippery eel, extremely slippery. Blazing heaven Demonis did not speak, but Fairy Li Shan said solemnly, Fang Yuan, I respect you as a person, but please look at the situation in front of you. Today, Whether you live or die, it is all in my hands. So what? Fang Yuan shrugged, looking at Fairy Li Shan provocatively. At most, I will just die. Do you think that I, the great Fang Yuan, am someone who is afraid of death? The atmosphere froze. The situation froze. Ever since the relationship between blazing heaven demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan was exposed, Fang Yuan had many questions in his heart. What did they want to do to him? Since blazing heaven demoness knew Xing Xiangzi's true identity, why did she fund Fang Yuan to refine star thought immortal goo? With rank 8 battle strength, it would not be hard for her to kill a bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie like him. Why did she set up this trap? Next, Fang Yuan observed calmly. His rich life experience allowed him to see the true relationship between blazing heaven demoness, Fairy Li Shan, and He Lulan. On the surface, these 3 female immortals looked like a family. They had a close relationship. But in reality? The relationship between the 3 was really subtle. They were not completely united. When Fang Yuan understood this, many of his doubts were resolved. Thus, he had some confidence. He used a relatively tough stance to negotiate with blazing heaven demoness and the others. Of course, he was paying attention to spring autumn cicada at all times. If the situation turned sour, he could only rely on this unreliable trump card. However, every time he used spring autumn cicada, there was a chance of failure. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would not use it. Currently, the situation was not so bad that he had to use spring autumn cicada. In silence, blazing heaven demoness brows furrowed even tighter. Fang Yuan's attitude was giving her a headache. She understood that Fang Yuan probably knew her true motive. That was self-strength immortal goo. Blazing heaven demoness bottom line was very low. Back then, she could not obtain the fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. She directly exploded it. No one gained anything. What she was afraid of was that Fang Yuan would destroy self-strength immortal goo like him. Self-strength immortal goo was already refined by Fang Yuan. He only needed a thought to destroy it. Chapter 953. Back then, blazing heaven demoness had a time path injury. She heard about He Fan's time path inheritance and placed her hopes on it. Thus, blazing heaven demoness started to plot and control Su tribe. She made her 3rd sister change her name to Su Xian Air and purposely got close to He Cheng before entering He tribe. He Cheng and Su Xian Air fell in love and became Gu immortals. Su Xian Air's night elopement also became a legend. Su Xian Air did not forget her mission. She investigated the truth and He Fan's inheritance. She was gradually exposed in the process. He tribe investigated and found out about Fairy Li Shan. They thought it was Snowy Mountain's scheme. Su Xian Air fell in love with He Cheng. She did not leave He tribe. Next, He Cheng secretly killed Su Xian Air to prolong his lifespan. After learning about their 3rd sister's death, blazing heaven demoness and Fairy Li Shan were extremely sad. Fairy Li Shan blamed blazing heaven demoness. She felt that it was her fault that caused their 3rd sister's death. Next, Fairy Li Shan and blazing heaven demoness fell out completely. Blazing heaven demoness was filled with guilt and regret, but she was heavily injured and could not take revenge. She was also the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no choice but to go to Eastern Sea. She passed through the regional wall and almost died. In Eastern Sea, she followed the clues she found in Northern Plains and found some fortuitous encounters. For example, a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance gave blazing heaven demoness a method to seize other people's immortal apertures. These fortuitous encounters were of great help to blazing heaven demoness. They healed her injuries. For a long time, Fairy Li Shan did not contact blazing heaven demoness. But when Fairy Li Shan accepted He Lulan, she taught and supported her cultivation and watched He Lulan grow. Fairy Li Shan gradually let go of the hatred in her heart. She hoped that He Lulan could receive better care. Recently, Fairy Li Shan calmed down completely. She used information path methods to contact blazing heaven demoness. They started to communicate. Blazing heaven demoness thus learned of Xing Xiangzi's identity. She started to plot. Fang Yuan was about to refine star thought immortal goo. Blazing heaven demoness made a contract with Fang Yuan. When she borrowed the power of Zombie Alliance to return to Northern Plains, the guilt and remorse that had accumulated in her heart for countless years was finally vented on Hei Lulan. She wanted to do everything she could to make it up to Hei Lulan. She wanted to make up for the mistakes she had made all those years ago. She put herself in Hei Lulan's shoes and supported Hei Lulan. What was more important to Hei Lulan? Undoubtedly, it was self-strength immortal goo. First, Hei Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked the strength path. Self-strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo. It was most suitable for Hei Lulan. Secondly, self-strength immortal goo was something that Susian heir left for Hei Lulan. To Hei Lulan, it was not just a simple rank 6 immortal goo. It had an extremely important commemorative meaning. Therefore, the blazing heaven Demonis had to think of a way. He wanted to take back self-strength immortal goo for Hei Lulan. But she encountered a problem. From the communication with Fairy Li Shan, blazing heaven Demonis had learned about Feng Yuan. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's craftiness, but at the same time, she saw a shadow of herself in Feng Yuan. On one hand, Feng Yuan was skilled in scheming. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was willing to risk his life. He did not fear death. To put it nicely, he was brave and fierce. To put it bluntly, he was ruthless and unruly. If I can't get any benefits, you can't have an easy time either. Fight when you have to. What was the big deal about dying? This personality was the same as blazing heaven Demonis who destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world. Thus, back then, blazing heaven Demonis agreed to fund Feng Yuan's immortal goo refinement and made an agreement with him. The immortal materials that she used to fund Feng Yuan were all owed to blazing heaven Demonis by Feng Yuan. Regardless of whether Feng Yuan succeeded or failed in refining the immortal goo, Feng Yuan had to repay the debt. And the longer it dragged on, blazing heaven Demonis would collect interest. If Feng Yuan refined the immortal goo but did not repay the debt within 100 years, then blazing heaven Demonis would take any immortal goo from Feng Yuan as compensation. That any immortal goo was crucial. Blazing heaven Demonis was after the self-strength immortal goo in Feng Yuan's possession. At this moment, seeing Feng Yuan's attitude, blazing heaven Demonis raised her eyebrows. She said frankly, "That's right. I want the self-strength immortal goo in your possession. Return the immortal goo to Little Lawn. It is hers to begin with." If she could snatch it directly, blazing heaven Demonis would have done so long ago. It would not be so troublesome. But even as a fire path great grandmaster, she could not snatch the immortal goo. The goo worm was already refined by Feng Yuan. He only needed to think about it, and it would self-destruct. Like old ancestor Xuehu, his ice path attainment level was not low, but he could not take away the mysterious immortal goo in the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie's body. Unless a wisdom path goo immortal made a move and suppressed Feng Yuan, to the point where Feng Yuan could not even think about it. Or theft path had great accomplishment. Theft path was the path that thieving heaven demon Venerable created. His signature immortal killer move, Formless Hand, was a headache for countless goo immortals. Blazing heaven Demonis, Fairy Li Shan, and Hei Lulan did not have wisdom path methods. Theft path had always been non-mainstream. Even though thieving heaven demon Venerable was the one who created it, other than him, the other cultivators had never been able to use it. If blazing heaven Demonis and the other 2 immortals had theft path methods, they could directly steal the immortal goo in Feng Yuan's aperture. The possibility of that was very small, especially when Feng Yuan had wisdom path attainment to begin with. Blazing heaven Demonis was even more wary of him. Blazing heaven Demonis directly asked for self-strength immortal goo. Feng Yuan was silent. Blazing heaven Demonis' reason was not a reason. Feng Yuan's method of obtaining self-strength immortal goo was very appropriate. If not for Feng Yuan saving Hei Lulan, she would have been trapped in the dream realm and lost her life. One could say, Feng Yuan was Hei Lulan's benefactor. But Feng Yuan did not want to talk about these reasons. There was no point in talking about it. There was no need to talk about kindness between heroes. Furthermore, back then, when Feng Yuan saved Hei Lulan, he did not do it out of goodwill. If he talked about this, blazing heaven Demonis and Hei Lulan would look down on him. Having a bigger fist is the best reason to be strong. If I get stronger, I would not be afraid of blazing heaven Demonis extorting me. Unfortunately, I can't even escape right now. My cultivation level is stagnant. My strength is too low. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He knew that it was impossible for him to not hand over self-strength immortal goo. In this current situation, the enemy was strong while he was weak. He was like meat on a chopping board. But it was not like he did not have any cards. The first card. It is the alliance agreement from before. The agreement states that both sides cannot harm each other. But Fairy Li Shan is an information path goo immortal. When she snatched Dong Fong blessed land earlier, she went against the agreement. This card is rather small. The second card is that immortal goo are not easy to snatch. Precisely because of this, Blazing Heaven Demonis and the rest plotted against me. However, this card could only be regarded as an average card, and its use could not be overestimated. Blazing Heaven Demonis has the ability to capture me alive. If we fall out, she can directly capture me alive. Wouldn't I be like that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who fell into old ancestor Shuehu's hands? The third card is Zishan Makoto. Hey Lulan and the rest do not know that this is just a lie. Back then, I used this lie to deceive Tai by Yunsheng. But to think that at this moment, it has become my greatest trump card. Fang Yuan was not wrong at all. After Blazing Heaven Demonis learned of Zishan Makoto's existence, she placed a lot of importance on it. Zishan Makoto's mysteriousness made Blazing Heaven Demonis feel some wariness. If Zishan Makoto was a rank 8 goo immortal, capturing his beloved disciple would cause a lot of trouble. Blazing Heaven Demonis had just found trouble with old ancestor Shuehu. She did not want to become the second old ancestor Shuehu. Even if Zishan Makoto was only rank 7, he still had a disciple and a sect. Fang Yuan called himself a junior disciple. He had a senior brother above him. Especially when this Zishan Makoto had great abilities, he could arrange for his beloved disciple to enter Crane Gate. But how could there be a Zishan Makoto? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were completely kept in the dark. The Blazing Heaven Demonis had obtained information from them and had also been led into a huge pit. Fang Yuan was silent. This made the Blazing Heaven Demonis a little impatient, and she urged, Fang Yuan, if you have any requests, you can tell me. We can talk about it slowly. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had already calculated in his heart. But next, he did not answer Blazing Heaven Demonis' question. Instead, he asked, did you tamper with the goo refinement immortal materials you gave me to refine star thought immortal goo? Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled, of course. She actually admitted it. Furthermore, there wasn't even a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fang Yuan frowned. To be honest, it's not like I didn't suspect that. But every time I refine goo, I will carefully inspect the immortal materials. Why do I not find anything wrong with them? Blazing Heaven Demonis answered, that's because your fire path attainment has not reached the great grandmaster level. I added a trace of fire path Dao marks on every fire path immortal material. There were very few Dao marks added. But every immortal material that accumulates will have a qualitative change during the refinement. It will destroy the refinement. Blazing Heaven Demonis naturally had to do this. If Fang Yuan succeeded, how could she threaten Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not linger on this topic. He nodded and continued. I can return self-strength immortal goo, but I have a few conditions. Hearing this, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's spirits rose. Blazing Heaven Demonis looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. She clapped. Now I understand why my sister always wants to suppress you. Tell me, what are your requests? First, I want to sign a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan said. This alliance agreement was to ensure his safety. Even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path goo immortal and had unknown methods to break the agreement, she had to make preparations before breaking the agreement. At least, during this period of time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape safely. That is a must. Blazing Heaven Demonis agreed. Fang Yuan continued. Secondly, we will write off the immortal material debt you gave me earlier. As long as you return self-strength immortal goo, this is not a problem. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very straightforward. I want to leave Zombie Alliance and dissolve the Zombie Alliance agreement. Sure. Finally, I want the Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. You have to promise me that you will do your best to get me as many Strength Path immortal zombie corpses as possible. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 954. He Lulan was protected by the blazing heaven demoness, so Fang Yuan could no longer have any designs on her. If a special grade blessed land was not enough, a high grade blessed land was also very good. For this, Fang Yuan needed large numbers of ordinary Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. And in Northern Plains, who could be more capable than blazing heaven demoness in obtaining immortal zombie bodies? Of course, Fang Yuan's excuse was also very dignified. If I give you self-strength immortal goo, I will not have any useful Strength Path immortal goo anymore. He had to refine a new Strength Path immortal goo to replace it. And this immortal goo recipe needs a large number of Strength Path immortal zombie corpses. This excuse perfectly concealed the life and death immortal aperture revival method. It also prevented blazing heaven demoness from refusing. The blazing heaven demoness frowned. If she agreed, the price she would have to pay would be huge. Among the immortal zombies that old ancestor Shui who had returned, there were many Strength Path immortal zombie bodies. However, if all of this was handed over to Fang Yuan, then blazing heaven demoness contribution to Zombie Alliance would be greatly reduced. Immortal zombies cared a lot about the preservation of their bodies after they died. This was the last bit of dignity they had left. Old ancestor Shui who made a move against the immortal zombie graveyard. Against a rank 8 enemy, Zombie Alliance was going to go all out. They seemed to be going crazy at all costs. It was because the immortal zombie body was the bottom line of Zombie Alliance. No matter who violated it, they would be suppressed by Zombie Alliance. Old ancestor Shui who also understood this. After knowing that the matter had been exposed, even though he had obtained many immortal zombie bodies, he purposely kept them and didn't use them. It was for the sake of having a way out. Blazing heaven demoness thought to herself, I can give all of my Strength Path immortal zombie bodies to Fang Yuan. This matter could be pushed to old ancestor Shui who, no one would suspect it. But the difficulty is that Fang Yuan wants to use a Strength Path immortal zombie to refine immortal goo. Immortal goo were hard to refine. Failure was normal. Blazing heaven demoness shook her head, saying to Fang Yuan, if your goo refinement keeps failing, you won't be able to refine it. Then wouldn't I have to keep supplying Strength Path immortal zombies to you? This was impossible. As the leader of a branch of Zombie Alliance, I embezzled what was supposed to be mine. The consequences would be dire. How about this? You name a number. If it's feasible, I'll consider it. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave a number. Blazing heaven demoness immediately rejected it. This number was too big. Even for her, it was very risky to obtain a Strength Path immortal zombie body. Then, the two sides haggled and finally reached an agreement with great difficulty. The number of Strength Path immortal zombies obtained by Fang Yuan. It had already far exceeded the standard of a high-grade blessed land. But on the surface, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. This amount is barely enough for me to refine goo 3 times. Fairy Li Shan snorted coldly. Fang Yuan, I advise you not to push your luck. Fang Yuan chuckled and looked at Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm, why didn't you have this attitude? These words made Fairy Li Shan feel extremely awkward. Her skin was obviously not as thick as that of the blazing heaven demoness. There's no point in talking more. Let's sign a new contract now. Once it is done, I will return self-strength immortal goo to you on the spot. Fang Yuan continued. Wait. Blazing heaven demoness waved her hand. Earlier, you were the one who made the requests. Now, it's time to state my conditions. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that blazing heaven demoness would not be so easily dealt with. But blazing heaven demoness' next words surprised Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. I am willing to sponsor you again. I will not tamper with the immortal materials this time to refine star thought immortal goo. Fang Yuan heard this and felt no joy. He squinted and became extremely vigilant. Seeing Fang Yuan's vigilant expression, blazing heaven demoness laughed heartily and said, Fang Yuan, I know you have been searching for a revival method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Take a look at this first. The moment she said that, Blazing Heaven Demoness' body started to shake. She started to burn in flames. This orange-yellow flame covered Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body. But the strange thing was, it was not hot, but filled with vitality, giving people a feeling of warmth and hope. Even though it looked harmless, Feng Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. Next, his eyes widened as he saw an inconceivable scene. Under the burning of this flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal zombie body started to transform bit by bit. First, it was her height. The 18 feet tall Blazing Heaven Demoness shrunk to a normal person's height. Next, it was her skin. The rough and dim immortal zombie skin that resembled old tree bark dissipated in the flame, replaced by white and tender skin that resembled a peeled egg. Next, it was her hair. The original immortal zombie hair was like a bunch of messy straw, dark red and flamboyant. But now, it was soft and slender. The bright red color seemed to be brimming with passion. Finally, Blazing Heaven Demoness' entire body underwent a complete transformation. From a malevolent and terrifying tall, immortal zombie, she turned into a beautiful woman in red clothes with fair and tender skin, sharp eyebrows, spirited eyes, and fiery red lips. Her chest was huge, almost bursting out. Her legs were long and slender, tall and voluptuous. The most eye-catching thing was her long hair that hung down to her waist. Her hair was like fire, vigorous and dreamy, overflowing with colorful lights. Within this mystical flame, Blazing Heaven Demoness put on a show of transforming into a living person in front of Feng Yuan. She turned from an immortal zombie to a living person. Her aura became even stronger. Like a silently burning flame, the fire became even more intense, emitting loud noises. Other than giving people a lively feeling, she also became even more domineering. Blazing Heaven Demoness' face was red and radiant, but Fairy Li Shan was worried. Big sister, be careful of your injuries. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally understood that the price of this was not small, but when she saw Feng Yuan's expression of desire and his shining eyes, she felt that this was worth it. Thus, she extinguished the flames on her body and used goo worms to grow taller, turning from a beauty into a monster, turning back into Blazing Heaven immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness said, "The time path injuries on my body cause my time to accelerate by hundreds of times. There is no other way. I can only turn into an immortal zombie. But you saw it earlier. I can easily revive and switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. I am relying on the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire that I activated earlier." Nirvana Fire? Feng Yuan felt a sense of desire. Earlier, he did not care about it, because he already had a peerless revival method. But now that he heard Blazing Heaven Demoness words, Feng Yuan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. If I use the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method, I will become a normal goo immortal. My remaining lifespan will decrease again. Wisdom goo will not be able to be used. Because even under the light of wisdom, my lifespan will be consumed rapidly. And in every immortal aperture, the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method can only be used once. It cannot be used repeatedly. But if I obtain this revival method, I can freely switch between an immortal zombie and a normal goo immortal. That would be great. I can use wisdom goo even better. Blazing Heaven Demoness observed Feng Yuan's expression. Seeing that he was moved, she smiled and added more weight to her offer. She took out immortal goo, saying to Feng Yuan, "This is my third request. You have to accept this gift." If it was an ordinary mortal goo, Feng Yuan did not even look at it. But the mortal goo that Blazing Heaven Demoness took out made Feng Yuan's gaze focus. He could not move it away. There was no other reason. This mortal goo had extraordinary value. Even rank 9 venerables pursued it bitterly. This was lifespan goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness continued, "Feng Yuan, I know you do not have much lifespan left. This lifespan goo can increase your lifespan by 60 years. After you return to your human form, you will not become an old man." Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Blazing Heaven Demoness made 3 requests. The first was to continue funding Feng Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, and to guarantee that the immortal materials would not be tampered with. The second was to give Feng Yuan a revival method. Most importantly, this method. It could allow Fang Yuan to turn into an immortal zombie and use wisdom goo freely. The third was a 60-year lifespan goo. It was a treasure that Fang Yuan had been searching for. These three requests, rather than saying that they were blazing heaven demoness conditions, they were alluring Fang Yuan. Facing this huge temptation, while Fang Yuan was moved, his mood was heavy. He understood. Blazing heaven demoness had a huge motive for doing this. Thus, he cupped his fists towards blazing heaven demoness, saying solemnly, "I cannot reject Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' request. Sir, please continue with your request." Fang Yuan could not reject it, because he did not have the strength to do so. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her head and laughed. Fang Yuan's understanding of the situation made her very happy. She finally made a true request. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 6 true motives. First, she wanted Fang Yuan to give her all of his eerie fire dragon pythons. The second one, she was interested in the guts goo business and wanted to get involved. At the same time, she wanted to become the biggest buyer of guts goo. Thirdly, and most importantly, she hoped that Tai Bai Yunsheng could cooperate with her and use the latter's man as before and landscape as before immortal goo to try and heal her time path injuries. Fourthly, he hoped to borrow Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel to return to the East Sea. Fifth, Fang Yuan had to calculate for her once a year for free. The content of the deduction might be the existence of immortal goo, or the deduction of incomplete immortal goo recipes, and so on. Sixth, if possible, she hoped to meet with Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto, for a deep discussion. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, thinking carefully. He could totally let go of the first request. The eerie fire dragon python belonged to the fire path. It might be of great help to blazing heaven demoness, but to Fang Yuan, it was dispensable. Second, blazing heaven demoness wanted to get involved in the guts goo trade and push Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House down. Fang Yuan could agree to that. With blazing heaven demoness help, the guts goo trade might expand. Third, Fang Yuan could ask Tai Bai Yunsheng for help. The latter would not reject it. But man as before and landscape as before could not fall into blazing heaven demoness hands. Fourth, regarding fixed immortal travel, it was the same. Fang Yuan would not lend immortal goo. At most, he would travel with blazing heaven demoness. Fang Yuan agreed to the fifth request. Chapter 955. Central Continent, Celestial Court. The silver heavenly radiance seemed to be eternal. There were many palaces on the ground, but it was silent with no signs of life. Among the palaces, there was an old tower, standing tall. This tower was covered in scars. It had over 3 million years of history. It was famous. It was the immortal goo house that star constellation Immortal Venerable created. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower was a huge refinement path goo formation. In the 4 cores of the goo formation, there were 4 rank 8 goo immortals, 3 males and 1 female, 1 old and 3 young. At this moment, seeing that this huge goo formation was gradually coming to a stop, the 4 heavenly court goo immortals let out a breath of air. Their tense minds gradually relaxed. Once they relaxed, Lin Jiusheng's body shook. He could not stand stably. He directly sat on the ground. The others were not much better. Bai Tsang Shui's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Chun Tian's face was pale. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's old face had even deeper wrinkles. Any one of these 4 was a famous person in Central Continent, or even an expert in the 5 regions. But at this moment, they were so tired that they were on the verge of collapse. It was as if they had fought fiercely against a strong enemy for 300 days while starving. Moreover, they didn't rest or sleep during the entire process. How could it be so easy to repair rank 9 immortal goo fate? Thinking back to the difficulty of activating the goo formation, Bai Tsang Shui and the rest rejoiced internally. In the process of repairing fate, there was a crucial step, that was to receive providence. Providence was vast and boundless. A human's will was minuscule compared to it. The 4 goo immortals endured bitterly, barely maintaining their consciousness in the aftermath of providence. Under this situation where every second felt like a year, they persisted for hundreds of days. Finally, they succeeded. All right, this time, The repair of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success. Thank you for your hard work. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood up shakily. He looked at the center of the Gu formation, at Fate Immortal Gu floating in the air. This was Fate Immortal Gu. It looked like a black and white spider. There was a red wound on its body. It had already shrunk by 30%. We finally succeeded. By Qin Tian side. With this successful restoration, Fate Gu can already display 50% of its strength. Even if it's not in Heaven Overseeing Tower, it's already starting to show its use. Lian Jiushang said excitedly. Oh, what is its use? Bai Shui didn't understand and asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely tired. He smiled in relief. Fate Immortal Gu's effect is fate itself. You have to know that everything in the world has its own path of life. It could not be changed. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Immortal Gu, the world became chaotic. Right now, Fate Immortal Gu had 50% of its power. Its existence alone was already bringing order to the world. Before this, all the lives that have deviated from the orbit, even if they have taken a long detour, from this moment onwards, they will begin to move closer to their original destiny and finally walk back again. At this moment, Northern Plains. The blazing heaven demoness stated her true request. He finished thinking. Fang Yuan replied to the blazing heaven demoness. As for the sixth request, he didn't forcefully reject it. Instead, he said that he couldn't make the decision. He would do his best to inform his master, Zishan Makoto. As for whether to discuss it further, it would depend on his master's decision. Blazing heaven demoness expressed her understanding. After both sides reached an initial consensus, the heavy atmosphere was greatly alleviated. After patiently discussing, both sides set a new alliance agreement on the spot. This alliance agreement was hard to violate. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to avoid any loopholes in the alliance agreement. It greatly increased the difficulty of violating it. Fang Yuan estimated that even if Fairy Li Shan had information path Great Grandmaster attainment level, she would need at least 2 to 3 years of preparation. Only then could she violate it. Furthermore, Fairy Li Shan was not an information path Great Grandmaster yet. After the alliance agreement was signed, Fang Yuan's safety was guaranteed. He followed the agreement. In front of his 2 aunts, he returned Self-Strength Immortal Gu to He Lulan. Even though he lost Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was still satisfied with the result of the negotiation. Frankly speaking, the negotiation led by Blazing Heaven Demoness was not harsh at all. Fang Yuan's unwillingness to hand over Self-Strength Immortal Gu was another matter. It could not be discussed for now. Fang Yuan's gains this time were already very high. All in all, this was a fair exchange of benefits. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not touch Fang Yuan's Immortal Blessed Land, Star Form Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, or Fixed Immortal Travel. She did not even mention the Time Luck Immortal Gu that she obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This showed that she truly wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Be it Wisdom Path Attainment or Fixed Immortal Travel, Fang Yuan's value was huge. If they could cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, Blazing Heaven Demoness would not act forcefully. After all, in her heart, there was still a Zishan Makoto standing behind Fang Yuan. He Lulan received Self-Strength Immortal Gu. With Fang Yuan's conscious backing down, she quickly refined it. Returning the item to its owner, He Lulan sighed as she activated her Immortal Gu. At once, her body shook 3 times, forming 3 Strength Path Phantoms. These 3 Strength Path Phantoms no longer looked like the boorish men from before. Instead, they looked extremely similar to He Lulan, and their figures were almost identical beauties. Fairy Li Shan saw this and was overjoyed. Little Lan, you have finally resolved your biggest problem. You have found your true self. He Lulan nodded happily. After she killed He Cheng personally, she felt like her world had changed. Her breathing became much smoother. She felt like she had a new life. These Strength Path Phantoms in front of her were solid proof. He Lulan smiled, turning to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Aunt, don't you want He Fan's Time Path inheritance? I can help you. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard He Lulan call her aunt. Her body shook in excitement. She knew that He Lulan hated her. After all, back then, if not for her injuries, He Lulan's mother would not have exposed herself in the process of gathering information. In a way, Blazing Heaven Demonis was He Lulan's mother's killer. He Lulan continued, "Next, I will return to He tribe and infiltrate it. Next, I will activate He Fan's inheritance and inherit it." No. Blazing Heaven Demonis and Fairy Li Shan rejected her in unison. He Lulan's words made them pale with fright. Back then, Su Xian died because of this. He Lulan wanted to follow in Su Xian footsteps. How could the two ants allow the tragedy to repeat itself? "Ants, don't worry. I have been planning for this for a long time." He Lulan had already expected their reaction. She placed her hands behind her back as she walked around leisurely, analyzing calmly. Times have changed. The four Supreme Elders, after this battle, I'm afraid they will not dare to casually go out again. He Cheng's death has caused He tribe's reputation to plummet. In the following days, there will definitely be super forces joining hands to deal with He tribe. After all, He tribe's strength is not enough to occupy so many resources. This was a golden opportunity that only came once in a blue moon. I will infiltrate He tribe's upper echelon and seize the highest authority. This super force should have a new master. He Lulan's ambition was so great that even Fang Yuan was shocked. Old ancestor Shui, who only wanted to steal a batch of resources, he even concealed his face during the entire process to prevent He tribe from taking revenge. He Lulan, however, wanted to take over He tribe. Too dangerous. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. "I will not allow it." Blazing Heaven Demonis' tone was calm, but it revealed an undeniable dominance. He Lulan looked at the two ants fearlessly, smiling. "I know ants care for me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood. This is the decision I have made. I am not here to discuss it with you. You can refuse to cooperate, but you have no right to interfere with my decision." Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis looked at each other, speechless. He Lulan knew that it was hard to achieve such a terrifying ambition by herself. If she could use her ants and Fang Yuan's strength, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The risk would be greatly reduced, and the chances of success would be even higher. "All right, you can rest assured," He Lulan said as she took out a mask. This mask was brimming with the aura of an immortal goo. Attitude goo? At once, Fairy Li Shan stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's gaze was also fixed on it. Attitude goo was a legendary immortal goo. It was recorded in the Legends of Runzu and was one of the immortal goo that Fang Yuan was pursuing. Because attitude goo was the core immortal goo of familiar face. Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. If he fused attitude goo into it, his disguise ability would rise to another level. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a puzzled expression. This goo was once in He Fan's hands. He Fan doted on his granddaughter, He Fengyu, and gave attitude goo to her. He Fengyu was spoiled rotten. As a mortal, she traveled the icy plane with an immortal goo. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious goo immortal and disappeared without a trace. Attitude goo also disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. He Lulan's lips curled up. She played with attitude goo in her hands. "That's right, I obtained this attitude goo from the northern icy plain." Fairy Li Shan was curious. "Little Lan, when did you go to northern plains?" "Wait, don't tell me." "That's right. I purposely chose to undergo my immortal ascension in the northern icy plain because I obtained clues about attitude goo. Only then could I use the power of heaven and earth during the tribulation to subdue attitude goo." "Haha, I will not talk about the details," He Lulan explained. Fairy Li Shan was surprised. She sized up He Lulan again, her heart filled with complex emotions. There was joy and also disappointment. No one knew that He Lulan had subdued attitude goo, and no one knew about it. Even she, Fairy Li Shan, was kept in the dark. This child has grown up after all. Blazing Heaven Demonis sighed in her heart. He Lulan wore her mask and said plainly, "From today onwards, I am Fairy Black Moon." Blazing Heaven Demonis clapped her hands and laughed. "Wonderful! With attitude goo and the genuine He tribe bloodline, there is a lot of room for success." Fang Yuan was shaken. "Don't tell me He Lulan is Fairy Black Moon?" Chapter 956. Feng Yuan looked at He Lulan with rapt attention. He Lulan was wearing a mask. Her appearance had already changed greatly. She was wearing a black gold armor. She had short hair and shining eyes, giving off a heroic aura. She had a domineering aura and an oppressive aura. She looked exactly the same as the fairy Black Moon that Feng Yuan had seen in the 500 years of his previous life. Attitude Gu does not affect my eyes, but my heart. What I see now is still He Lulan wearing attitude Gu. But what I feel in my heart is the appearance of another person. There is no such coincidence in this world. It seems that He Lulan is fairy Black Moon without a doubt. After Feng Yuan thought of this, he finally understood the inside story of the 500 years of his previous life. In his previous life, He Lulan became the victor of the imperial court contest. She was a tyrant in history and was assassinated. But the truth was, she did not die. She joined Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. After that, she returned to Northern Plains and led Central Continent's Gu Immortals to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, destroying the spiritual pillar of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world. Then, how did He Lulan get in contact with Spirit Affinity House? Feng Yuan immediately thought of Mo Yao's will. He Lulan succeeded in the contest and entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, obtaining Mo Yao's will. But under the influence of Mo Yao's will, she joined Spirit Affinity House. As for how much influence Mo Yao's will had, Feng Yuan did not know. But his intuition told him that this should be the truth of history. But in this life, because of Feng Yuan's interference after rebirth, the situation became chaotic. Mo Yao's will influenced Feng Yuan and almost caused Feng Yuan to die. So when I was in Northern Plains, I had already created a huge influence on Central Continent in the future. The butterfly effect was truly unimaginable. But now, He Lulan is still in Northern Plains. Then, who will Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House choose to take on the role of fairy? Will it be Feng Kim Hong? Feng Yuan let his thoughts run wild. He felt that in this life, He Lulan was no longer here. Feng Kim Hong was the most likely candidate to inherit the fairy's position. Zhao Yinyun, you will be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as long as you can successfully inherit this inheritance. Standing at the entrance of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Su, Hao said to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed by a huge circle of light, and a determined expression appeared on her face. I don't care about the current generation fairy. I just want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Zhao Lianyun looked at the door formed from a huge ring of light, showing a determined expression. I don't care about the fairy of the current generation. I only want to save Brother Ma Hongyun as soon as possible. Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning was standing beside Su Hao and smiled charmingly. Cute little sister, this is Thieving Heaven's inheritance. As long as you succeed in inheriting it, then you will have the strength. If you save your brother lover, there's a high chance of success. Zhao Lianyun blushed, but her eyes were clear. She was an otherworldly demon, a transmigrator. She was not so easy to fool. Zhao Lianyun asked, I am only a mortal. Can this inheritance let me immediately ascend and become a Gu Immortal? The female Gu Immortal Li Juning was stumped. In fact, she did not know the details of the inheritance. She looked at the male Gu Immortal Su Hao and continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun. Even if you do not ascend immediately, after inheriting Thieving Heaven's inheritance, you will be the strongest competitor for Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Don't look down on this position. As long as you become the current generation fairy, you will be able to borrow the sex strength. Go save your brother. Our Spirit Affinity House is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Only a super force like us can deal with old ancestor Shuehu and save your brother Ma Hongyun. I understand. Zhao Lianyun nodded and did not say anything else. She walked into the light door with firm steps and vanished. Do you think she can succeed? Fairy Disillusionment Li Juning sighed, showing a worried expression. Su Hao was confident. I have already confirmed that Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon. If she cannot succeed, who can? She paused. Su Hao continued. I know you are worried that the inheritance will have a difficult test, but Zhao Lianyun is only a mortal. She might not be able to pass it. But you really do not know much about this. After all these years of research, I have already confirmed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance tests qualifications the most. As long as one is an otherworldly demon, they can inherit the inheritance without any dangers or other tests. I wonder how much Zhao Lianyun will grow after inheriting this inheritance? Li Juning heard her husband's words and felt more at ease. She smiled. Even if Zhao Lianyun becomes an immortal immediately, I will not be surprised. You know, this is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Hee. Compared to ascending to an immortal directly, I would rather obtain his formless hands. Back then, if I had a slightly stronger immortal killer move, I would not have lost to Feng Jioge. Su Hao said this as he clenched his fists, his eyes shining with an obscure light of hatred. Any organization would have internal strife. Spirit Affinity House was naturally not an exception. After Feng Jioge disappeared, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House had tacitly made things difficult for Fairy Bai Qing. And this couple, Su Hao and Li Juning, were the main faction of the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning smiled as she consoled her husband. Some time ago, Heaven's Envy Manor spread bad news. Ao Shui and Ling Mei, the two Gu immortals, are confirmed dead. And there is no news of Feng Jioge. He has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he is already dead. Why bother with a dead person? Su Hao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Humph. Back then, Feng Jioge was so awe-inspiring. His words were practically absolute in the sect. He suppressed us for so many years. I was sent here to comprehend Thieving Heaven's inheritance because he wanted to push me out of the center of power. But fortunately, I became the person who understood Thieving Heaven's inheritance the most. I was in charge of this matter and had the highest authority. Otherwise, how could we openly control Zhao Lianyun? Li Juning nodded repeatedly. Right now, Feng Kim Hong is the most popular candidate to become the current generation fairy, but Zhao Lianyun has emerged as a new force. She has become the most threatening competitor to Feng Kim Hong. If we can help her ascend, not only can we suppress that bitch Bai Qing, we can also use her power to regain our authority. Zhao Lianyun had just arrived, but she had already fallen into the whirlpool of Spirit Affinity House's power struggle. She had become a powerful weapon for Su Hao and Li Juning to fight for power. As the saying goes, in the world, one had no choice. Su Hao was about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused. He was extremely shocked. Oh, she came out so fast. In front of the two immortals, Zhao Lianyun's figure gradually appeared out of nowhere. Su Hao's tone was anxious as he said, Thieving Heaven's inheritance has disappeared. This means she has succeeded. Is it really that simple? Even though he had done a lot of research and was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel jealous at this moment. Li Juning had already hurried over. Zhao Lianyun had completely left the inheritance space, but at this moment, she was still somewhat muddle-headed and confused. How was it? Did you succeed or not? What did he inherit? Li Juning was anxious. Li Juning was anxious. She grabbed Zhao Lianyun's delicate shoulder and shook it fiercely. Zhao Lianyun frowned in pain. I am not too sure. After I entered, the light was very dazzling. Then, a will appeared. He told me to properly receive this rank 9 immortal killer move, Divine Concealment. Divine Concealment? Hearing this term, Su Hao and Li Juning stared with wide-open eyes. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Zhao Lianyun was very disappointed and anxious. I have not become an immortal, nor have I undergone any other changes. Can I still save Big Brother Ma Hongyun? Su Hao had already reacted. He laughed loudly, answering resolutely, Of course you can. To think that this inheritance's true content was actually this. You can inherit divine concealment. This is truly a huge blessing. Rank 9 Immortal Killer moved Divine Concealment. Li Juning also sighed, sighing deeply. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path and stole all the treasures in the world. Nobody could predict or deduce him. Why? It is said that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had 2 great defensive killer moves. One was called Divine Concealment, the other was Ghostly Concealment. Zhao Lianyun stared with wide eyes. Divine Concealment? Ghostly Concealment? Li Juning nodded. That's right. Divine Concealment. Any thought, will, or emotion would not be able to guess your state and origin. Do you know what this means? Almost all wisdom path Gu immortals in the world. Almost all probing and deduction methods are inseparable from these three things: thoughts, will, and emotions. And you have divine concealment. You are immune to the deductions of almost all wisdom path Gu immortals. Rank 9 divine concealment. Only a rank 9 wisdom path Gu immortal can deduce you successfully. Su Hao continued. This is actually not the most amazing aspect. The most amazing aspect, even if I say it, you might not believe it. That is divine concealment. It can make a Gu master immune to heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Li Juning had a fascinated expression, but Zhao Lianyun was confused. Su Hao laughed. He understood that Zhao Lianyun was still immortal and not a Gu immortal. He did not understand the meaning behind this. He patiently explained, Providence is also a type of will. You have divine concealment. Since Providence cannot detect you, it will not send calamities and tribulations to you. You have already escaped Providence's detection. In the future, when you ascend to Gu immortal, you will not attract any heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities. Back then, after thieving heaven demon Venerable created divine concealment, he no longer faced any calamities and tribulations. But this has its pros and cons. Calamities and tribulations are not completely useless. They are the main way for Gu immortals to increase their Dao marks. In the future, even though you will not face any calamities or tribulations and will be extremely safe, you will not be able to increase your Dao marks through calamities and tribulations. Your accomplishments will be limited, unless you use thieving heaven demon Venerable's other methods to assist your cultivation. In historical records, thieving heaven demon Venerable could even steal Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun's eyes moved around as he probed. Divine concealment is so amazing. Then what about ghostly concealment? Su Hao, who was speaking confidently, was stumped, while Li Juning also shook her head. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. The former is known by everyone, while the latter is extremely mysterious. There have been many speculations and opinions, but they are all unreliable. There has never been a publicly acknowledged correct answer. Su Hao said. Li Juning said in an eerie tone, but since they are equally famous, they must be extraordinary. Zhao Lianyun blinked, saying shocking words. Besides inheriting divine concealment, I also obtained a clue. The other thieving heaven inheritance is hidden in Luopa Valley. In the content of the inheritance there is ghostly concealment. What? The second thieving heaven inheritance. And it is hidden in Luopa Valley? Su Hao and Li Juning were shocked and overjoyed. They looked at each other with bright light shining in their eyes. Chapter 957. Su Hao and Li Juning were very sharp. The news that Zhao Lianyun brought was too important. The first thing that Su Hao and Li Juning thought of was not thieving heaven's inheritance, but Feng Jiuge. Combined with the information from Central Continent's Gu immortals, they were almost certain. The reason why Feng Jiuge went missing was probably because he was trapped in thieving heaven's inheritance. Thieving heaven's inheritance should have been used by the enemy to trap Feng Jiuge. Su Hao was a wisdom path Gu immortal. After deducing, he said, Then what do we do now? Li Junying's words made the two fall into silence. Zhao Lianyun looked around but did not speak. The reason why she said this was because she wanted to return to Northern Plains and use Spirit Affinity House's strength to save Ma Hongyun. But she did not know about the internal conflict of Spirit Affinity House. Su Hao and Li Juning looked at each other, communicating with their gazes. Their gazes gradually turned cold. Their tacit understanding over the years allowed them to quickly come to an agreement. They decided to suppress this information and not report it for the time being. They could not wait for Feng Jiuge to die. If they reported it in time, Spirit Affinity House would definitely send a rescue team. What if Feng Jiuge was still alive and was rescued? After dragging on like this for 3 days, the two immortals reached their limit and reported this information. As expected, the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House were alerted and actively organized a rescue team. And the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun was undoubtedly the key to this rescue and was brought to Northern Plains. Several days later, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Dark Flow Giant City. Boom! With a loud sound and intense explosion, the entire giant city shook thrice. What happened? What happened? Did someone attack Dark Flow Giant City? Below Dark Flow Giant City, there was a huge commotion. It was noisy and panicked. Dark Flow Giant City was as large as a mountain range. It had 7 floors. The bottom 5 floors were the residences of mortal goo masters. It was very lively. The next floor had people who had some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor. Only goo immortals could move around here. At this moment, at the highest floor of Dark Flow Giant City, a column of thick smoke rose into the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Fang Yuan crawled out of the ruins of the secret chamber, coughing incessantly. The refinement of Star Thought Immortal Goo failed again. After setting the new alliance agreement, Fang Yuan did not return to his blessed land. He went to Dark Flow Giant City and borrowed the Refinement Path Goo formation of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. He was not a Formation Path Goo immortal. He could not construct a Refinement Path Goo formation of this level. Fang Yuan tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Blazing Heaven Demonis followed the agreement and provided him with a large number of Goo refinement immortal materials. This time, the immortal materials were all very normal, not having been tampered with. Fang Yuan thus had a smooth journey until the final few steps, when the Goo refinement failed. A violent explosion suddenly occurred. Not only did the entire refinement path Goo formation shatter, the aftershock of the explosion even destroyed the secret room, alerting all the Goo immortals guarding Dark Flow Giant City. Even the mortal Goo masters of the lower level could sense it. When it comes to the last few steps, it's the subtle changes between the Dao marks that are hard to control. These Dao marks interact with each other and undergo intense changes. There is only one situation where the Dao marks can stabilize, that is rank 6 Star Thought Immortal Goo. At this step, it is purely up to luck. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth. All living beings, including humans, could not directly manipulate Dao marks. Be it Goo masters, desolate beasts, or desolate plants, even if they had Dao marks. They had to use Goo worms to indirectly use the Dao marks. Thus, when Goo immortals refine Goo, they could not directly manipulate the Dao marks. They could not control the changes between the Dao marks either. This was an inappropriate analogy. Refining a rank 6 immortal Goo was like playing bowling. The Goo immortals' early preparation was to make the bowling ball in their hands move according to the trajectory they had planned. And at the end of the long path, there were 100 holes. Only when the bowling ball entered the correct hole could the Goo refinement succeed. The Goo immortal could at most guarantee that the bowling ball would roll according to their plan in the early and middle stages of the path. At the latter half of the path, the ground was uneven and full of holes. The bowling ball's rolling trajectory would change at will, and the Goo immortal could not influence it. Therefore, whether or not the bowling ball could get into the only hole depended on luck. Although Blazing Heaven Demonis is no longer tampering with the immortal materials, her assistance is not free. I need to repay her. Refining immortal Goo is too difficult, and the success rate is too low. Maybe I can ask the land spirit of Langya. He should have some powerful refinement path immortal Goo, or some special refinement path methods that can increase the success rate of the Goo refinement. In history, Long Hair Ancestor was known as the #1 immortal of all time in refinement path. The number of immortal Goo he refined in his life was shocking. Although Long Hair Ancestor died, he left behind the land spirit and the intact Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's Goo refinement failed again, and he was even injured. He decided to seek guidance from the land spirit of Langya and seek a breakthrough, even if he had to pay a terrible price. I suggest you try refining a strength path immortal Goo first. At this time, Fairy Li Shan walked over and gave Fang Yuan a suggestion. Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land any longer. Ever since the battle of killing Hei Chung, Fairy Li Shan had been staying in Dark Flow Giant City. Her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demonis was also exposed. Everyone knew about it. Earlier, Blazing Heaven Demonis had led a group of immortal zombies to obstruct the demonic path Goo immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. They were very accurate and efficient. Actually, it was Fairy Li Shan who had secretly leaked the information to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, Although she was bound by the Snowy Mountain Alliance agreement, she was very good at it and only suffered light injuries after breaking the agreement to help Blazing Heaven Demoness. How could old ancestor Shui who tolerate such a traitor? After meeting with Blazing Heaven Demoness, he publicly announced that he would expel Fairy Li Shan and view her as the enemy of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Li Shan had offended the largest demonic path force in Northern Plains, but she was also welcomed by Zombie Alliance. With her relationship with Blazing Heaven Demoness, she was naturally one of them. Moreover, she was a great contributor to Zombie Alliance in suppressing old ancestor Shui who. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fairy Li Shan was highly respected by the immortal zombies. Fang Yuan felt that Fairy Li Shan's words had a deeper meaning. He frowned. "Fairy, please enlighten me." Fairy Li Shan sighed. "The situation has changed. I'm afraid Big Sister's assistance in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo will have to stop for some time." Why? Fang Yuan did not understand. Could it be that the alliance agreement had just been signed? She, Blazing Heaven Demoness, wanted to break the agreement? That was unlikely, because Blazing Heaven Demoness was the one who suggested funding Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. Fairy Li Shan explained the reason in detail. Fang Yuan understood now. It turned out that Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui who reached a compromise. Snowy Mountain and Zombie Alliance stopped fighting. This had a huge impact on Northern Plains. The conflict between the two factions had already attracted a lot of attention. Even the other regions had their eyes on this place. But Blazing Heaven Demoness and old ancestor Shui who knew their limits, they reached a compromise. This chaotic conflict quickly calmed down. Northern Plains' righteous path forces. They were still watching excitedly, wanting to see a good show of dogs biting each other. At once, they were caught unprepared. After the battle ended, other than rewards, Zombie Alliance's headquarters also gave them a mandatory mission. All the members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had to work together and use all the resources they had to refine a giant immortal goo formation. This goo formation's only use was to protect the immortal zombie graveyard. If they encountered a situation similar to old ancestor Shui whose theft, the goo formation would activate. It would defend. If they could not defend, the power of the goo formation could transport these immortal zombie corpses out of Northern Plains. This time, Zombie Alliance's spending is too shocking. Not just the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the other 3 branches, including the headquarters, are also constructing this giant immortal goo formation. Just the immortal goo we have here will be using 13. We will also have countless supplementary mortal goo. Most of the immortal goo will be sent by the headquarters. A small portion will be refined by our branch. So now, Dark Flow Giant City will gather almost all the immortal zombies to refine goo on a large scale. Dark Flow Giant City's storage is definitely not enough. The immortal zombies will have to pay for it themselves. Fairy Li Shan explained in detail. Of course, the immortal zombies would have to pay for it themselves. They would not be contributing for free. Zombie Alliance's headquarters would give out a large number of contribution points, far more than the usual amount. It was used to compensate the members. This was a rarely seen action by Zombie Alliance in the last 1,000 years. The huge compensation of contribution points stimulated the immortal zombie members' passion for goo refinement. As long as they participated in the mission and consumed the immortal materials, regardless of success or failure, they would be able to exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. This was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Moreover, after this goo formation was created, Zombie Alliance's graveyard would no longer be a problem. The immortal zombies of Zombie Alliance were also happy to see the creation of this super large immortal goo formation. The immortal zombies from Eastern Sea could not return to Eastern Sea for the time being. They stayed here to refine immortal goo and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness was even more so. Thus, she could not continue to subsidize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's plan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo was obstructed. He could not even use the Goo Refinement Secret Room anymore. He had already removed the Zombie Alliance agreement. As the leader of the branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness had this authority. In Dark Flow Giant City, Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan were outsiders. But Fairy Li Shan was much more popular than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but frown, thinking, "It seems that in the 500 years of my previous life, Zombie Alliance also had this huge plan and succeeded in the end. But the reason was not the matter of old ancestor Shui who's stealing the graveyard. It seems that history has its own way. In this life, Zombie Alliance is setting up this super large immortal goo formation again. Fang Yuan could not stop this, of course. Zombie Alliance had an enormous force. Blazing Heaven Demoness was only a leader of a Zombie Alliance branch, but she was already suppressing Fang Yuan. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan had great value and moved Blazing Heaven Demoness, making her choose to cooperate with him, Fang Yuan might have died already. But no matter how strong Blazing Heaven Demoness was, Fang Yuan would not let go of the compensation that he deserved. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions seem to be violating our alliance agreement, right? Fang Yuan looked at Fairy Li Shan and said. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. Blazing Heaven Demoness had indeed violated the agreement. According to the content of the alliance agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness had to pay Fang Yuan a huge amount of compensation. Unless Fang Yuan gave up on it willingly, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to pay, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the alliance agreement and be heavily injured. Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite regretful about this. If she had known this would happen, why would she subsidize Fang Yuan? Wouldn't it have been better to change the conditions? Even if she had subsidized him, she would not have violated the agreement by changing the method. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not expect Zombie Alliance's generosity. Since Fang Yuan did not relent, she could only compensate him. Chapter 958. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He was very satisfied with Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation. Firstly, the immortal materials that Blazing Heaven Demoness had provided to Fang Yuan were all written off. Fang Yuan did not need to make any repayment. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness had lent 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan, as well as a large number of Mortal Goo. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, along with countless Mortal Goo, could form the Fire Path Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She funded Fang Yuan to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, paying a large number of precious immortal materials. But in the end, Fang Yuan did it for nothing. He did not need to repay Blazing Heaven Demoness anything. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with those immortal materials, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of practical experience. He was very familiar with the process of refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan already knew the details of the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire. What immortal goo to use as the core, how many supplementary mortal goo were needed, the sequence of activation of the goo worms. He knew all of these details. But to use this killer move, there was a condition. The Goo Immortal's Fire Path Downmarks had to be expended. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this point. It was a small trap in the alliance agreement. She wanted to use this to increase her control over Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Downmarks. If he wanted to use Nirvana Fire to revive, Blazing Heaven Demoness would have to use Nirvana Fire on him personally. Fang Yuan's previous plan was to modify the immortal killer move Nirvana Fire, to use another immortal goo as the core, but it would have the same or similar effect. And the new core immortal goo would be the immortal goo that Fang Yuan currently had. This modification was very difficult. Ordinary Wisdom Path Goo Immortals did not have this confidence, but Fang Yuan was very confident. The reason was, his Hu Immortal Blessed Land contained Wisdom Goo. The effect of Rank 9 Wisdom Goo was simply amazing. Fang Yuan had to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but he could only use it once per immortal aperture. After rebirth, he could not use Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan improved the Nirvana Flame, he could freely turn into an immortal zombie or a living person. Wisdom Goo would continue to provide Fang Yuan with immeasurable support. Blazing Heaven Demoness is short on funds. She needs to use her own money to refine Immortal Goo and complete Zombie Alliance's mandatory missions. He could only lend these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo. If it weren't for this situation, even if I took the initiative to ask, she wouldn't have lent it to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Goo, my deductions will be improved. It's extremely convenient. Fang Yuan was very glad about this. Zombie Alliance's Gu formation plan had unexpectedly made him one of the beneficiaries. In the following days, Feng Yuan bathed in the halo of wisdom all day and night, using all his strength to deduce and focus on improving the Nirvana Flame killer move. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Mortal Gu. He even obtained a 60-year lifespan Gu. With all three, he could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method at the next moment. He would become a living Gu Immortal and obtain a high-grade Life and Death Immortal Aperture Blessed Land. But after obtaining the Nirvana Flame, Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this, even though Blazing Heaven Demoness interfered. As a result, Feng Yuan could not plot against He Lulan and obtain a super-grade Blessed Land. But due to the circumstances, he obtained the Nirvana Flame, and if everything went smoothly, he could use Wisdom Gu in the future. Between this gain and loss, whether it was a profit or a loss, Feng Yuan was unable to determine it immediately. While Feng Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Zhao Lianyun had already secretly entered Luopa Valley. She was the key to saving Feng Jioga, and the rescue team of Spirit Affinity House that accompanied her only had one person. Prince's Impatience, rank 8 cultivation level. It was enough to deal with any challenge. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal. He was an external supreme elder of a superforce, Gong tribe. But he did not have the Huangjin bloodline, and because of some grudges with Gong tribe. As a result, he lived outside all year round. In fact, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. He was the most important spy that a central continent force had secretly placed in Northern Plains after expending a huge amount of effort and resources. He was mainly in charge of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, Prince's Impatience could not be touched. Once any traces were found, Prince's Impatience's hundreds of years of hiding would be useless. But it was different when it came to Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was the signature of Spirit Affinity House. He was currently suppressing Central Continent. Once he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, he would become an expert among rank 8s in the future. His survival meant more benefits for them. His life or death would change the balance of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and even the structure of Central Continent's Gu Immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House did not hesitate to activate the hidden pawn, Prince's Impatience, to save him. Prince's Impatience and Zhao Lianyun, one immortal and one mortal, strolled in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask you, if I save Lord Feng Jioga, will I become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy? While walking, Zhao Lianyun asked. Prince's Impatience was wearing a mask. His figure was blurry, like he was shrouded in a layer of fog. His true appearance was not revealed. He laughed softly. It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jioga, I'm afraid this matter is almost certain. I heard that his daughter, Feng Kim Hong, is the #1 contender for this position. But if you become her father's benefactor, she might withdraw from this competition. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun's eyes shone with hope. Although she had the soul of an adult, after coming to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative and obedient, not hiding anything. Because she had a deep understanding of this world. Without strength, no matter how intelligent one was, they were like rootless duckweed. When the wind blew, they would be blown away, drifting with the currents. She understood that if she wanted to save Ma Hongyun, she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House. But it was not realistic for Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Zhao Lianyun had already understood Spirit Affinity House's rules. Every generation's fairy would be nurtured by the sect with all their might. In Spirit Affinity House's history, almost all of these fairies had become Gu Immortals. Many of them had great battle strength and held the main authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, hold on. Zhao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun inwardly. Prince's Impatience suddenly stopped. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal Gu from Spirit Affinity House, Prince's Impatience obtained an Immortal Killer move that could detect Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Using this killer move, he had to move slowly. Prince's Impatience brought Zhao Lianyun along and walked for over 2 hours. Finally, in the huge Luopa Valley, they found the exact location of thieving heaven's inheritance. Prince's impatience activated his immortal goo. After several minutes, a door of light opened. Whoosh! The door of light had just opened when an intense gust of wind blew towards them. Prince's impatience was shocked. Why is there the winds of assimilation here? He quickly activated his immortal goo and used a killer move, grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation condensed into a ball. It was firmly held in Prince's impatience's hand. But soon, Prince's impatience's hand shook intensely. Even his expression turned pale. Quickly go in. I can only hold on for a while. Zhao Linyun quickly responded. Although she could not see Prince's impatience's expression, she could hear how anxious he was from his tone. Zhao Linyun stepped in and saw a familiar scene. Just like the previous inheritance space, this place was also empty. The only thing that was different were the dozen or so winds of assimilation. They were like giant pillars. They moved slowly in the space. Zhao Linyun's heart was pounding. Although she did not recognize the winds of assimilation, she knew its power from that Gu Immortal's performance earlier. You are finally here. Quickly come to me. A voice suddenly entered Zhao Linyun's ears. Zhao Linyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Fengjiuge. Quickly, come to me. The voice was extremely weak, like an old man at the end of his life. Zhao Linyun was hesitant. She could tell that the voice came from one of the winds of assimilation. Zhao Linyun also found that all of the winds of assimilation in the space were revolving around the one at the center. It moved slowly, accumulating its strength. It was like a group of lions eyeing their prey. Don't worry, you are an otherworldly demon. You are recognized by the Thieving Providence Journal. The winds of assimilation here are harmless to you. Fengjiuge paused for a moment before saying with difficulty, Didn't you come here to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Zhao Linyun licked her dry lips. She knew she had to make a decision now. Time waited for no one. Zhao Linyun carefully approached one of the winds of assimilation. The strength of the tornado was very restrained. Zhao Linyun only felt a light breeze as she stood beside the wind pillar. She stretched out her trembling hand, gritting her teeth as she put her hand into the tornado. If other Gu Immortals saw this, they would gasp in shock. But Zhao Linyun was fearless because she was ignorant. She did not know about the power of the winds of assimilation. She chose to believe in Fengjiuge. Just like what Fengjiuge said, the winds of assimilation that gave Prince's impatience a headache had no effect on Zhao Linyun. In fact, when Zhao Linyun put her hand into the winds of assimilation shrunk at an observable speed, vanishing completely in a few breaths of time. Fengjiuge's voice came again. See, I was right, right? The inheritance space here has power that surpasses the winds of assimilation. It will not be destroyed by them. You are an otherworldly demon. You have obtained the recognition of this space. With this space protecting you, you will not be in any danger. Zhao Linyun was overjoyed. Lord Fengjiuge, I will save you now. She charged into the wind pillars, rampaging through them. Wherever she went, the winds of assimilation would vanish. Eventually, she reached the center, easily dispersing the largest wind pillar trapping Fengjiuge. Next, she saw that Fengjiuge was sitting in the air, 10 feet above the ground. His face was rosy, his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tightly. Lord Fengjiuge, Zhao Linyun called out softly. Fengjiuge slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle like jade. He did not speak, instead opening his right palm for Zhao Linyun to see. On his right palm, 2 words were written in blood. Zhao Linyun looked at it in confusion, before looking at Fengjiuge. Fengjiuge smiled faintly at her, and then his entire body suddenly disintegrated like sand and dust, dissipating on the spot. Zhao Linyun was stunned. Chapter 959. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Because the flow of time was different, more than half a month had passed here. In the underground cave, Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing silently as usual. Here, he did not need to use vaguely familiar face. He revealed his immortal zombie appearance. He did not move. He sat cross-legged like a black reef. But in his mind, there were countless starlights shining. a vast number of star thoughts colliding intensely. Huff! After a long while, he let out a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely exhausted expression. He stood up with difficulty. The long period of intense thinking had caused his head to swell. He felt dizzy. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only make deductions for 7 days and 7 nights at most. After 7 days and 7 nights, he would not be able to hold on. He needed to rest. His mind was like a burning boiler. It needed to be cooled down in time. If it was not cooled down, his mind would suffer serious damage. After so many days, I have only made 20% progress in modifying Nirvana Fire. And this is with the help of the Light of Wisdom. If I had to complete it myself, I would need several years of hard work to achieve this result. Immortal killer moves were extremely hard to conceive. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more exquisite. Using Fire Path to describe the profundity of life and death, if not for Blazing Heaven Demonis being a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have been able to create this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave, returning to Dang Hun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, he was refreshed. But according to his past experiences, Fang Yuan needed to rest for a whole night before he could fully recover. Who Immortal Blessed Land did not have any astronomical phenomenon yet. It did not differentiate between day and night. But if there was, it was nighttime now. There were still 4 to 6 hours left. Fang Yuan did not want to waste this time. He activated Connecting Heaven Goo, his thoughts entering jewel yellow skies. During this period of time, he selectively threw out some rank 8 immortal materials, exchanging for a large amount of food to feed his immortal goo. Of course, Fang Yuan kept the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials with him. The rank 8 immortal materials sold were the lowest quality goods in the inventory. Even so, it still caused a commotion in the jewel yellow skies. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to pass this round of immortal goo feeding smoothly. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I might have to worry about this for a long time. Fang Yuan was already feeling the heavy burden of feeding immortal goo. He had too many immortal goo on him now. Very few goo immortals. He had so many immortal goo. Feeding these immortal goo was a huge burden. Actually, quality of immortal goo was more important than quantity. Like Shuesongzi, he only had 1 immortal goo, but after Shadow Sect taught him an entire set of immortal killer moves, he had no weaknesses in battle. This situation was making full use of the immortal goo. The most logical and normal situation is to feed a few immortal goo and use them as cores to create different immortal killer moves, to deal with all kinds of situations. Fang Yuan also knew this, but he had no choice. These immortal goo could not be sold easily. Transactions between immortal goo were rare. Even if they were carried out, they would be exchanging goo for goo. The final transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies was finalized. Fang Yuan's work of feeding immortal goo had come to an end for now. As for the refinement of Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had put it aside. He still had a rank 6 immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo. He did not intend to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength immortal goo, causing his battle strength to fall greatly. The success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. In order to refine Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had suffered a lot. Right now, when he heard about refining immortal goo, he felt a little nauseous. Towards the Zombie Alliance immortals who were refining immortal goo, he felt some pity and sympathy. He did not lack immortal Yuan stone now, but most of his funds were invested in the construction of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan was also slightly distracted. Star Form Land Spirit had been working tirelessly, according to Fang Yuan's plans, constructing and modifying the homeland. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land's construction was progressing. There was already 40% progress. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan's need for Star Form Blessed Land was no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan did not intend to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources to Star Form Blessed Land. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were peaceful and fulfilling. His focus was on improving the Nirvana Flame Killer move. Right now, everything was ready. He only needed the final push. As long as Nirvana Fire's modification was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and create a high-grade life and death immortal aperture. Next, he would move all the important resources in the Blessed Land into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and most convenient method. Undeniably, once this plan succeeded, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not impatient at all, even though he had been pursuing this goal for a long time. The 500 years of his previous life had trained him to be extremely patient. But just as he was preparing to rest for the night and modify his killer move, He Lulan asked for help. You definitely cannot imagine what I found in He Qing's soul. Through the Stargate, He Lulan excitedly came to Fang Yuan. After He Qing died, his soul was captured by He Lulan. These days, He Lulan had obtained many shocking news from He Qing's soul. What shocked her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to help me obtain Luopa Valley. Don't worry, I will give you sufficient compensation. We need to move quickly before anything bad happens. He Lulan was swift and decisive. Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan sighed, thinking of the open-door gu and closed-door gu in his hands. He had clues about Luopa Valley long ago, but he had been occupied by other matters and did not go there. Now, after He Lulan shared the information with him, he was secretly glad that he was prudent. Luopa Valley was clearly occupied by Shadow Sect long ago. They had made it their headquarters. If Fang Yuan had rashly gone there earlier, without sufficient strength, he would have been easily captured by the enemy. Even if he resisted to the death, the difference between them and the enemy was too great. There was little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. He Lulan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed. Luopa Valley is occupied by Central Continent Gu Immortals. But Central Continent Gu Immortals are outsiders. They cannot stay here for long. We just need to release some information. We can force them to escape. He Lulan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Fang Yuan's intelligence gathering had always been weak. Northern Plains relied on Fairy Li Shan. As for Zhongzhou State, Crane Gate would never reveal the secret to him. This group of people should be investigating the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower. They're here for us. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but they found out about the Shadow Sect instead. He Lulan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, compared to this, I am more concerned about that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. So this person is a member of the Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by the Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal exposed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, He Cheng was on the battlefield. Thus he knew this precious information. Sigh, there are actually many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance's structure is loose, and many of its members are involved in other organizations. What's so strange about that? He Lulan said indifferently. The Shadow Sect must not be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. The members of the Shadow Sect are not afraid of sacrificing themselves. This mysterious organization's loyalty is too high. Fang Yuan learned of the name Shadow Sect. This was not the first time. Back in southern border, he had heard of it from Chojio. Fang Yuan also knew that the door of life and death was inside the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. But he had never thought of doing so. The reason was that he did not have high strength. There was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land without attracting attention. Moreover, the Shadow Sect was mysterious and unfathomable. It spanned across southern border and northern plains. It was not to be trifled with. All right, let's not talk about this. Luopa Valley is right in front of us. I invite you and my two aunts to explore it together. We will divide our gains according to the alliance agreement. He Lulan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood her anxiousness. This opportunity. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan's heart was moved. He still had the open-door gu and closed-door gu. He also wanted to know about these two gu worms. Could they allow him to have a different encounter in Luopa Valley? But before taking action, some things had to be discussed. You want to monopolize Luopa Valley. I don't agree. Fang Yuan said resolutely. Hei Lulan stared angrily, her eyes shining with a murderous light. What do you mean? I was the one who discovered the information about Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smiled, telling her the exact location of Luopa Valley. Hei Lulan was extremely astonished, looking at Feng Yuan as if she had seen a ghost. She had held back earlier. She clearly did not tell this important information to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took out open door goo and closed door goo. Just like how Hei Lulan exposed attitude goo, these goo worms had to be used anyway. She could not hide it. She might as well tell it to the public. Hei Lulan snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan with disdain. Without my information, you dare to go there? By the time you are willing to go, the opportunity will have already been lost. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I just want to say that your information is not as important as you think. But Hei Lulan was very agitated. Next, an intense argument ensued. Both sides argued until their faces were red. They did not have any demeanor of a Gu immortal. They finally reached a compromise. The ownership of Luopa Valley was divided. Blazing Heaven Demoness had 50%, Fairy Li Shan had 20%, Hei Lulan had 20%, and Feng Yuan had 10%. Hei Lulan was very crafty and shrewd. She used her 2 ants' influence to force Feng Yuan to lower his head. However, although 10% of the ownership was small, it achieved Feng Yuan's goal. As long as he had the usage rights, it was enough. Feng Yuan had never thought that he could monopolize this Luopa Valley. After all, Blazing Heaven Demoness was supporting Hei Lulan from behind. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining goo, and as a rank 8, her every action was very attention-grabbing. She conveyed. Anyway, Feng Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Even if he was in danger, she could save him in time. Thus, only Feng Yuan, Hei Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan made the trip. Oh no, someone entered Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hiding outside and guarding this place, saw Feng Yuan and the rest and quickly reported this information. Chapter 960. Ever since Hui Fengzi surrendered, he was controlled by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. After Central Continent's Gu immortals retreated, they ordered him to guard this place. He had just joined Central Continent. He was not willing to do so. He was only a temporary fighter. He was not qualified to know Princess Impatience's true identity. He only knew that an immortal and a mortal had entered Luopa Valley, while he had to guard the entrance for them. He was controlled by others. He had to work for Central Continent. Seeing Hei Lulan and the rest, he quickly used information path methods to inform Princess Impatience in Luopa Valley. Princess Impatience quickly learned of the news. His right hand was still trembling. It was not easy to get rid of the winds of assimilation. From this, Princess Impatience could not help but admire Feng Jioge. He could actually resist the winds of assimilation for so long. He could not understand how he did it. Unfortunately, Feng Jioge had already died. The inheritance of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very fast. As long as one's identity was verified as an otherworldly demon, the Thieving Heaven inheritance would belong to them. After Feng Jioge died, only Zhao Linyun was left in the inheritance space. Thus, she successfully inherited this true inheritance, ghostly concealment. Just earlier, she returned to Princess Impatience and brought news of Feng Jioge's death to the latter. Sigh, I was too late. Princess Impatience sighed in his heart. Next, he placed his hand on Zhao Linyun's shoulder and quickly left with her. Soon, the immortal and mortal were nowhere to be seen. Right now, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relationship was widely known. Princess Impatience did not intend to make a move. The circle of rank 8 Gu immortals was actually very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, on the surface, there were only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, Princess Impatience, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie. She could barely get into this circle. One could say, these 6 were very familiar with each other. They had sparred with each other quite a number of times. To put it in an exaggerated way, one could even recognize the owner of a fart, and even if it turned into ashes, one could recognize it. If the Princess Impatience wanted to act against Fairy Li Shan and Hei Lulan, it would definitely draw out blazing heaven demonis. In Princess Impatience's opinion, perhaps the blazing sky demonis was already hiding in the surroundings. The Princess Impatience had a special identity, so they could not act rashly. If they were to fight and the blazing heaven demonis recognized him, it would be bad. Why would Princess Impatience appear in Luopa Valley? Gua mortals were not fools. It was easy to guess that the Princess Impatience had a secret connection with the Shadow Sect or the forces of Zhongzhou State. Don't forget that wisdom path Gua mortals still existed in this world. Princess Impatience considered the big picture and cautiously retreated, trying to avoid leaving behind clues and evidence for the wisdom path Gua mortals to deduce. He Lulan and the rest still did not know that they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke through the seal's disguise and entered Luopa Valley, looking around. Luopa Valley was in a mess. This legendary valley had experienced the 100 Days battle and was almost half destroyed. Moreover, the main part of the valley was already beyond recognition. There were goo formations set up by Gua mortals everywhere. Some of these goo formations were set up by the Shadow Sect, while some were set up by the Central Continent Gua mortal Hong Qiming. There was no doubt. These goo formations had an extremely bad influence on the environment of Luopa Valley. As a result, the fog and Luopa winds that blew in Luopa Valley all year round were nowhere to be seen. The three started to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some white lotus giant silkworm goo remains. He sighed. It was a pity. From He Lulan, he knew that Luopa Valley once had a vast number of white lotus giant silkworm goo. But after the 100 Days battle, there were not many left, and the Central Continent Gua mortals cleaned up the battlefield. There was simply nothing left for him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough white lotus giant silkworm goo from the jewel yellow skies and fed the immortal goo cleansed soul to its fullest. The facts proved that the foundation of those older generation Gua mortals could not be underestimated. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough bargaining chips to make them take action and carry out the transaction. Under the watchful eyes of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan used open door goo and closed door goo. There was no reaction. Open door goo and closed door goo were left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable, but this place had already been occupied by the Shadow Sect. They had set up goo formations everywhere and turned this place into a stronghold, a fortress. Fang Yuan sighed. He understood that thieving heaven's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else. The most likely one was the Shadow Sect. However, he had not guessed correctly on this point. The one who truly obtained thieving heaven's true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun. It was a Central Continent force. In fact, he had just obtained the inheritance not long ago. Princess Impatience came to save Feng Jiuge too late. Fang Yuan came to Luopa Valley too late. Even if thieving heaven demon Venerable left behind an inheritance, so many years have passed. It is normal for it to be taken away by others. Luopa Valley is the true treasure. He Lulan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew that she was implicitly urging him to get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated his immortal goo, pulling up the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan cooperated closely at the side. Countless goo worms flew around. They actually took away Luopa Valley directly. Outside, Hui Fengzi was secretly watching and was shocked at this scene. Princess Impatience was also surprised. He did not expect that He Lulan's side even had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Princess Impatience unprepared. He hesitated for a while, but decided to hold back and watch from the side. After an hour, Fang Yuan finally succeeded and kept Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There should still be immortal apertures left here, but to be safe, we should leave first. Ever since He Lulan failed the tribulation, she had become more tactful. Her rash aura had completely disappeared. Even though Luopa Valley was in ruins, with Tai Bai Yunqing's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to other immortal apertures, Luopa Valley's value was even more difficult to replace. During the 100 Days battle, many Goo immortals died here. After they died, the immortal apertures that were left behind should have turned into blessed lands, hidden in the void here. Fang Yuan could take Luopa Valley, but he could not take these blessed lands away. But now was not the time to explore. He kept Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan and the rest quickly left. They left quite quickly. They are quite sensible. Far away, Prince's impatience watched the three leave with a cold gaze. Even though he could not fight, he had Swordmaster Yulan and Li Yao, two female Gu immortals. Besides that, he had a secret force. Prince's impatience had been in northern plains for hundreds of years. He had accumulated a lot of strength. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with Feng Yuan and the rest, but they left too quickly. He could not catch up. Prince's impatience looked at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley had already been taken away. This place had become an empty wasteland. Even though the aura of the immortal Gu was hidden, experts could still see traces of it. So many Gu immortals died here. These immortal apertures themselves were a huge source of resources. Prince's impatience would not give up. The central continent Gu immortals behind him would not give up either. They would definitely take them back. As for their immortal Gu, there was no need to think about them. They were definitely destroyed. And taking back immortal apertures, especially immortal apertures that were in other regions, was a troublesome and difficult matter. I hope this trouble doesn't come to me. Don't put the blame on me. Let the 9 great ancient sects worry about it. Feng Jioga died because of the winds of assimilation. Nothing was left behind. Only 2 bloody words were left behind. I will first take Zhao Lianyun and this important information. Send them back to the sect. Prince's impatience thought of this and did not stay any longer. He immediately left with Zhao Lianyun. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still here, guarding the Blessed Land. This is the Blessed Land. He Lulan brought Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan into the Blessed Land left behind by He Cheng. This blessed land was clearly made up of Dark Path and Soul Path Dao marks. The entire blessed land was dark and gloomy. It gave off a gloomy feeling. At the center of the blessed land, there was a huge forest. Every tree had different forms. They resembled female bodies. This was the special resource that He Cheng grew in his immortal aperture. Such trees did not exist in nature. He Cheng could be said to be its creator. Therefore, this vast forest of female bodies could be considered a unique resource. He Lulan had already thought of the location of Luopa Valley. She called the land spirit. The Blessed Land's land spirit had a unique appearance. It was a green vine. The vine was like clothes. It was attached to the familial love that Su Xian Air left for He Lulan. Fairy Li Shan said with a sigh, introducing to Feng Yuan. The land spirit's condition is to stay with Su Xian Air forever. Thus, after little Lan left third sister's familial love here, she easily gained control of this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised to think that He Cheng's final obsession before his death was Su Xian Air. It could be seen that he truly loved Su Xian Air. Even when he died, he thought of her. Humans were very complicated creatures. In the mortal world, most people in this world did not fully understand themselves even when they died. Little Lan, you are back. Su Xian Air looked at He Lulan with affection. Her gaze was filled with love. Mother, Su Xian Air called out softly, before giving an order to the land spirit. The land spirit brought the 3 and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, they appeared on the other side of the Blessed Land. The land spirit had the ability to teleport. It meant that this blessed land had many space path Dao marks. And Feng Yuan's star form blessed land had fewer space path Dao marks. Star form land spirit did not have this ability. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan placed Luopa Valley down. Fairy Li Shan saw that it was a success. She smiled. Feng Yuan, you have Dang Hun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and of the secluded domains of heaven and earth, we actually control 3 of them. Looking at Luopa Valley below him, Feng Yuan could not help but reveal some anticipation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were the 2 sacred lands of soul cultivation, praised by spectral soul demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had already obtained endless benefits from Dang Hun Mountain. He wondered what kind of improvements this Luopa Valley would bring him. Chapter 961. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Of the 15 Gu immortals in the sect, more than half of them had come with their true bodies. This was a rare sight. Sect meetings were held every once in a while. The Gu immortals only needed to leave behind a portion of their will or feelings to discuss. But now, 8 Gu immortals were participating in this meeting. Among them were the only 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this was Fengjiage's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals felt unease and uncertainty in the future. This time, I have gathered everyone here to announce an important piece of news. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat, looking around as she said in a low voice. Spirit Affinity House had an obvious difference from the other 9 sections. They had many female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu immortals, but only 5 male Gu immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both rank 8 female immortals. At this moment, all the immortals in the hall were looking at first Supreme Elder's face. The first Supreme Elder was expressionless. However, the second Supreme Elder beside her had a gloomy expression. The Gu immortals observed their expressions and had a bad feeling. As expected, the next sentence of the first Supreme Elder was like a heavy boulder that smashed into everyone's hearts. It has been confirmed that Fengjiage died in Northern Plains. He died in the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything, only a message written in blood. The immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who had personally participated in this meeting, felt her head become dizzy, and her face suddenly turned pale, even though they were mentally prepared. But when they heard this news, they were still in disbelief. Someone as strong as Fengjiage actually died in Northern Plains. On the contrary, those Gu immortals who were weaker than him were mostly alive. They returned to the sect. To speak the truth, when Fengjiage left, no one had expected such an outcome. For a long time, Fengjiage's strong image was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He even became a symbol. Now that he was dead, the immortals felt a sense of loss and emptiness. Even Su Hao and Li Juning from the Anti-Phoenix faction felt the same way. First Supreme Elder continued. The information path Gu worm in front of you has a detailed record of this matter. Let's take a look first. The Gu immortals placed their consciousnesses into the Gu worms. Sigh. Lord Fengjiage's death in the winds of assimilation is not a disgrace to his reputation. After a long while, a Gu immortal spoke, breaking the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Intense grief and pain engulfed her like a surging tsunami. She loved Fengjiage so deeply. Similarly, Fengjiage loved her the same way. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was sending him off. Who would have thought that it would be the last time she saw her husband? Fate made fools of people. Now, I am alive, but you are dead. I am in the central continent, but you died in the northern plains. Fairy Bai Qing didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid of opening them. Her tears would fall uncontrollably. She tried to think of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong, as she reminded herself in her heart, "Oh, Bai Qing, you have to be strong. At this time, don't let others see your weak side." She breathed in deeply, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were moist. Her pupils were bloodshot. At this moment, the immortals in the hall were talking about Fengjiage's final words in blood. Before Fengjiage died, he wrote the 2 words Bo Qing. What did he mean? In my opinion, this clue is very important. Fengjiage must have comprehended something under the immense pressure of death. Unfortunately, when he saw Zhao Lianyun, he was already on the verge of death. He did not have the strength to say anything. He left behind a crucial clue for us. Fengjiage is investigating the truth behind 88-point Xinjiang Tower's collapse in Northern Plains. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Fengjiage and Bo Qing are very similar. Back then, Bo Qing was much stronger than Fengjiage. He was at the peak of Central Continent back then. Even Celestial Court Gu immortals had to yield to him. That was the most glorious era of our Spirit Affinity House. Back then, many people thought highly of him. They thought he could become a Sword Path Immortal Venerable. Unfortunately, he still failed in the end. We also know about Bo Qing's information. I only want to know, why did Fengjiage leave behind the 2 words Bo Qing before his death? What did he want to express? The hall was silent for a while, before a Gu immortal spoke. Everyone, have you forgotten? In the previous information, Fengjiage's opponent, Qin Baisheng, used five-finger fist heart sword. And this killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Jiuge is saying that the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower has something to do with Bo Qing? According to my guess, he must have felt that since the other party had five-finger fist heart sword, it was more or less related to Bo Qing. And Bo Qing is a Gu immortal of our spirit affinity house. We will have an advantage in investigating him. This is an important clue. Indeed, Bo Qing died under the heavenly tribulation back then. Not even his ashes were left behind. How could his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortals discussed for a while. They all had different opinions, but none of them were reliable. The first Supreme Elder slowly raised her hand. Her action caused the hall to quickly quiet down. No matter what, Bo Qing's matter needs to be investigated. I will leave this task to you, Bai Qing. Hearing the first Supreme Elder suddenly calling her name, Fairy Bai Qing immediately turned her head, looked at the first Supreme Elder, and hurriedly responded. These were her husband's last words. Fairy Bai Qing would definitely do her best to investigate this clue and find the truth. The news of Feng Jiuge's death is only known to us. Try to hide it. Anyone who reveals it will be punished as a traitor to the sect. First Supreme Elder shouted coldly. Next, we will discuss the deployment of the sect in Central Continent. Feng Jiuge's death had a very bad influence on Spirit Affinity House. Even though Spirit Affinity House had two rank 8 Gu immortals, it was not a matter of life and death. These two rank 8s would not make a move so easily. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level. Gu immortals were destined to be treading on thin ice, trembling in fear. They had to wholeheartedly deal with calamities and tribulations. If they were careless and lost strength in battle, they would die in the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Secondly, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same origin, that was Celestial Court. With Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects' conflicts would never escalate. There was no need for rank 8 Gu immortals to interfere. Thus, in Central Continent's Gu immortal world, or rather, in the entire 5 regions Gu immortal world, the truly active ones were those rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. And among rank 7s, Feng Jiuge was invincible in Central Continent. His importance to the sect was self-evident. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House's territory could expand to such a large extent, occupying countless precious resource points. With Feng Jiuge gone, Spirit Affinity House's deterrence towards other forces fell greatly. The resources controlled by the sect were like pieces of delicious meat, attracting countless greedy gazes. Xianwu Mountain Range is rich in resources. The Immortal Material Treasury needs at least a rank 7 Gu immortal to guard it. The excavation of Golden Sand Cave has reached a crucial moment. We have invested a lot of money and effort. It is time to reap the rewards. We should not give up. Reincarnation Battlefield is the most important thing. The Gu immortals felt a headache. The territory was too big, but there were only so many Gu immortals. Even if they were split into 2 halves, it was not enough. Only now did they truly realize. Feng Jiuge's prestige was a deterrence to the outside world. It was so powerful. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu immortals discussed these immortal materials and resources. They were shouting non-stop. They did not mention Feng Jiuge anymore. It was as if Feng Jiuge's final existence was the discussion of Bo Qing earlier. Fairy Bai Qing could not help but feel sad. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, but in the end, these people forgot about you in the blink of an eye. During the entire discussion, Fairy Bai Qing was not in the right state. The immortals saw this and understood her. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the immortals mentioned Zhao Linyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes brighten. She paid close attention to this. If Feng Jiuge was here, Feng Kim Hong would almost certainly be the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But now that Feng Jiuge was gone, Zhao Linyun appeared out of nowhere. She became a huge threat to Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing naturally loved her children. She was very concerned about Zhao Linyun. The Gu immortals continued to discuss. Zhao Linyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did she change in any way? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment. These are two top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching them. But from the current situation, they are unfathomable. These two immortal killer moves have already formed 2 layers of dense Dao Mark silk clothing on Zhao Yinyun's soul. I have never seen such a mystical Dao Mark circulation before. These 2 layers of Dao Mark silk clothing will always protect Zhao Yinyun. We have used many methods to try to deduce her, but they have no effect. We are Grand Gu immortals, but we cannot even deduce a mortal. If I did not experience it personally, I would not believe it. Did you notice? Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves. They do not expend immortal essence. Just like Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the attainment level of Venerables is truly hard to understand. Isolating thoughts, wills, and emotions is the defensive effect of Divine Concealment. Then what about Ghostly Concealment? We are not sure yet. We are still experimenting. Oh, Zhao Yinyun was very cooperative throughout the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she is very sensible. We can nurture her. This little fellow is bent on saving her lover. Hee. Unfortunately, according to the information, old ancestor Shui, who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the Gu refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded. Continue researching. On the other hand, we need to nurture Zhao Yinyun's sense of belonging to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child was communicating with someone through a mirror. In the mirror, there was a blurred figure of an old man. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "All the arrangements are basically in place. But Celestial Court has already finished repairing Fate Gu. You need to activate it first." Understood. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child replied solemnly. "Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue," the figure in the mirror said again. 7-Star Child did not speak. He stopped using this information path immortal killer move as the mirror vanished. Then, he turned around and left without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 962. The earth had fallen into a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, the shadows of the trees swayed. A light breeze blew, birds chirped in the forest, or the occasional roar of wild beasts. It was like the sleep-talking of this continuous mountain range. In the small house in the valley, the oil lamp was burning, the light was dim. Feng Kim Hong was lying on the bed. Her body was weak and her face was pale without a trace of blood. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing, who was sitting beside the bed, apologizing softly. "Mother, I was wrong, I won't." Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression. "Huang Er, Mother knows what you are thinking. You have been cultivating so desperately. You have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times in these tens of days. When you started cultivating, Mother had warned you. Cultivation is about nature, about relaxation. If you continue like this, not only will more haste make waste, you will also destroy yourself. Your life might even be in danger." Feng Kim Huang's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Mother, I am sorry. Mother has already placed a Gu in your body. You are not allowed to cultivate for 7 days and nights. You can only move around in this valley. If you are hungry, go pick wild fruits. If you're thirsty, go drink spring water. Think about it." Fairy Bai Qing said solemnly. "Mother, don't." Feng Kim Hong was anxious. But Fairy Bai Qing waved her sleeves. The cuff brushed past Feng Kim Huang's face. Immediately, an intense feeling of drowsiness assaulted her mind. Feng Jin Huang's eyelids were unprecedentedly heavy, and an incomparable sense of exhaustion caused her to be unable to speak. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep slumber. Although her daughter was sleeping soundly, she was still frowning slightly. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with sorrow and worry. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Kim Hong of Feng Zhouge's death. Firstly, Spirit Affinity House needed to hide the news of his death and stall for time to make arrangements. As a mortal, Feng Kim Hong, he was not qualified to know. After all, spying on mortals was much easier than spying on Gu immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know what to say. Why did Feng Kim Hong cultivate so desperately? She wanted to improve herself and become stronger so that she could find and save her father. But how could Fairy Bai Ching tell the truth? What if he told Feng Kim Hong cruelly? She couldn't bear it. Sigh. Looking at his daughter's face, he sighed. Fairy Bai Ching let out a long sigh. In the past, her tall and straight figure, her noble white robe, at this moment, under the dim light, she seemed thin and weak, her luster dim. These days, she was really tired. Only now did she remove her disguise. His true feelings were revealed. Fairy Bai Ching stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Huang's face. The love in her eyes could melt steel. Feng Kim Huang's appearance absorbed the merits of Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Ching. On her face, Fairy Bai Ching could vaguely see Feng Jioge's shadow. Feng Jioge was gone. Feng Kim Hong was her only hope in life. She stared at him silently. After a long while, the sky outside the house was already half bright. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Ching realize that time was passing. She had to set off. She slowly stood up. She walked out of the house, carefully closing the door. Next, she took a deep look at the small house in the valley, muttering to herself, Huang heir, wait for mother to return in 7 days. During this period, you need to take care of yourself and calm your heart. Fairy Bai Ching was not worried about Feng Kim Huang's safety. After all, this was the core of Spirit Affinity House. Even if there was internal strife in the sect, there was a limit. They would not attack Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Ching stepped on a cloud, flying towards the northwest direction. Her target this time was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? It turned out that she had accepted a sect mission to investigate Bo Ching. Bo Ching was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. The sect had a large amount of information for Fairy Bai Ching to investigate. During the investigation, Fairy Bai Ching found that Bo Ching's experience was actually very similar to Feng Jioge's. What made her even more interested was Bo Ching's immortal companion, Mo Yao. Mo Yao was that generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Different from the previous fairies, she was an Inkman, not a pure human. But because of this, Bo Ching and Mo Yao fell in love at first sight. Although Bo Ching did not enter or leave Northern Plains, Mo Yao did, and even entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. Don't tell me, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower is related to Mo Yao? Fairy Bai Ching knew that Mo Yao took the risk to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land to help her husband Bo Ching undergo tribulation. Back then, Bo Ching, who was at the peak of rank 8, was undergoing tribulation to advance to rank 9 realm. This was a huge matter, not only in Central Continent, but also in the other 4 regions. It attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, in the end, Bo Ching died in the terrifying tribulation. On the other hand, Mo Yao had perished along with him. Actually, all Central Continent Gu immortals knew about this. Fairy Bai Ching had also heard about it many times in her early years. But now, when she recalled it, she had a different feeling. It was like they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even if she died together with her husband. No one let the other down. They had a deep love for each other and died a worthy death. Fairy Bai Ching continued to investigate, racking her brains, but there was not much progress. She found some clues in the sect's records. They all pointed to the same place, the source of falling heavenly river. When she could not make breakthroughs in other aspects, Fairy Bai Ching resolutely decided to explore falling heavenly river herself. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Ching died. Spirit Affinity House was very far from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Ching relied on her own methods, she would need at least several years to fly there. Of course she would not do that. She had already made ample preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formation to teleport. A single teleportation could cross hundreds of thousands of li, saving a lot of time. She did not directly go towards the source of falling heavenly river, but first turned towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, she used their teleportation Gu formation to travel. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu immortals about this. Although the price was not small, but it saved a lot of time. Along falling heavenly river, after passing Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Ching stepped into Combat Immortal Sect's territory. Similarly, she used the teleportation Gu formation to travel. A day and a night later, The travel-worn ferry by Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge waterfall falling from the sky. Millions of hectares of river water slammed onto the surface of the river with great force. The rumbling sound of the water was like continuous thunder. The huge amount of water vapor formed a thick fog. It covered an area of several hundred li. What was falling heavenly river? This was falling heavenly river, a huge river that fell from the sky. Compared to this huge river in the sky, Fairy Bai Qing was like an ant. Fairy Bai Qing had traveled with Fengjoga in her early years and had seen falling heavenly river. Looking at this huge river now, she could not help but think of Fengjoga, feeling sour in her heart. She still remembered the conversation she had with Fengjoga back then. It was about the reason for the formation of falling heavenly river. Fengjoga spoke frankly to Fairy Bai Qing. There were two explanations for this. One was that falling heavenly river was the tribulation itself. The other was that Bo Qing blocked the tribulation. His sword light was extremely sharp. He used too much force and pierced through white heaven and black heaven. At that time, Bo Qing's tribulation was during the day. Thus, this sword light pierced a huge hole in white heaven. And after piercing through black heaven, there was only a small hole at the bottom of black heaven. And it just so happened that above these two holes was the vast heavenly river. The Milky Way flowed through the two holes and poured down together. It smashed into central continent's land, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river water opened up a path, forming the longest river in central continent. Fairy Bai Qing asked, which of these two explanations was more reliable? Fengjoga smiled and replied, I am not sure, but the second explanation can explain the change in the water flow. During the day, falling heavenly river's water flow is strong. Rank 8 Gua mortals cannot resist it. But during the night, falling heavenly river's water flow slows down. Rank 7 Gua mortals can barely resist it. The power of nature was unparalleled and vast. Even Gua mortals were minuscule compared to it. Collecting her thoughts, Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was fixed. Definitely. She had already borrowed many water path immortal Gu for this trip. They were all to help her enter falling heavenly river. But it was impossible during the day. Fairy Bai Qing was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Her only chance was to enter falling heavenly river at night to search for clues. It was still daytime now. Falling heavenly river was very close. Fairy Bai Qing slowed down and got closer. She planned to go to the bottom of the river when night fell. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. The sky was covered in layers of burning clouds. The radiance of the sunset shone on Fairy Bai Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and stared at the distant falling heavenly river in bewilderment. Roar! With a roar, the water flow erupted. A huge beast popped its head out, revealing the tip of an iceberg on the surface of the river. This was a huge bull's head with curved horns. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy Bai Qing recognized this fierce beast, her face turning pale. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Other than the majestic water flow, there were also large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and even immemorial desolate beasts living inside. Myriad Eyes Clear Bull was an immemorial desolate beast, one of the overlords that lived at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Isn't it usually at the bottom of the river, treading on the sand and patrolling its territory? Why did it suddenly appear on the surface of the water? Fairy Bai Qing was puzzled. She quickly retreated, maintaining a distance from this Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy Bai Qing could not defeat this huge bull. Moreover, her main purpose of coming here was not to hunt. Fairy Bai Qing had a vigilant expression as she lamented her bad luck. The appearance of the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull cast a layer of shadow over her heart. Just as she was about to increase the distance between her and the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull, a sword light suddenly flew out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the Myriad Eyes Clear Bull. This immemorial desolate beast with rough skin and thick flesh was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Countless amounts of blood and internal organs gushed out, dyeing the surface of the river in the vicinity blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy Bai Qing could react, Another sword light flew out and slashed at the embankment of the river. At the next moment, the sturdy ground was like fragile tofu. A long hole was cut open by the sword. Large amounts of river water gushed into the hole. The river water overflowed, covering a radius of 1 li, turning it into a pool. Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? The sword light was so powerful, it was terrifying to the extreme. In front of the sword light, the immemorial desolate beast was as easy as slicing vegetables. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from the bottom of falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights scattered everywhere, leaving falling heavenly river and disappearing from Fairy Bai Qing's vision at an extremely fast speed. Sword traversing central continent. Chapter 963. Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A hair-raising chase was happening on the narrow mountain path in the valley. Run, run. A mini-man was on Hong Yi's head, shouting anxiously. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi shouted in pain. However, the little person turned a deaf ear to him. His small hands subconsciously grasped Hong Yi's hair tightly as he turned his head to look behind him. Oh my God. It is caught up. Hurry up. If not, we will all be eaten by it. The mini-man shouted in fear. I want to be faster too. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. He was already using all his strength to activate his movement goo. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the refinement path convention, Hong Yi had obtained some small fortuitous encounters. His cultivation speed far surpassed ordinary people. But in this life and death crisis, rank 2 upper stage cultivation was not enough to deal with the rank 5 wild golden-horned centipede chasing after him. This centipede was huge. It was like a giant python. It had sharp and hard horns on its head. As it moved on the mountain path, 100 pairs of centipede legs stepped on the ground, twisting its body as it moved at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! It is already behind you. The mini-man was pale with fright. His soul almost left his body. Go all out. Hong Yi also sensed that the golden-horned centipede was close to him. His hair stood on end. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had not obtained it for long. He had not practiced it many times. When activating it, the chances of success and failure were 50-50. Killer move. At least 2 goo worms were needed to form it. The more goo worms there were, the more complicated the activation steps. The difficulty of activating the killer move was higher, but the power was higher as well. This movement killer move that Hong Yi obtained was made up of close to 10 mortal goo. Do not compare goo masters to goo immortals. This number was already a lot for goo masters. Killer moves were not so easy to train. Sometimes, failure in activating the killer move would harm oneself or goo worms. Thus, normally, Hong Yi would be very careful when practicing this killer move. But at this moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, he could no longer care about anything else. Based on his original speed, there was no way he could shake off the golden-horned centipede behind him. He would definitely die. The only way out was to risk it all. Activate it for me. It must succeed, Hong Yi shouted in his heart. However, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required concentration. Some killer moves even required an especially stable environment. They could not be disturbed. It was easy for Feng Yuan to use killer moves because he had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Hong Yi was definitely a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. On one hand, one had to look at the road ahead. The mountain road was full of rocks and potholes. He ran as fast as he could in case he fell. Then everything would be over. On the other hand, behind Hong Yi was the golden-horned centipede, following closely behind. That huge commotion continued to linger in his ears. The aura of death nearly enveloped his entire body. How could Hong Yi not be concerned? In this situation, those who could not be bothered and maintain absolute calmness were all veterans who had fought on the battlefield and disregarded life and death. Hong Yi could reach this level in the future, but he was still too young now. It is catching up. It is catching up. The mini-man above him shouted, looking at the terrifying golden-horned centipede in fear as it charged forward, gradually closing the distance between them. The centipede was huge and heavy. It had hundreds of legs on the ground. It was like a ferocious tiger. Its mouth was wide open. Saliva was flying everywhere as it bit towards Hong Yi's back. The mini-man screamed, closing his eyes in fear. Even though he had wings on his back, they were damaged earlier. He could not fly at all. This time, when he entered the cave, he successfully stole the rank 5 goo material 100 flowers condensed dew. But the price of doing so was the deep hatred of the golden-horned centipede guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could not escape. He could only stay with Hong Yi and use his speed to survive. However, the mini-man did not feel the pain that he expected. He opened his eyes, showing an incredulous expression. For some reason, Hong Yi actually escaped the golden-horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden-horned centipede chased after him again. The mini-man's heart was pounding, but he gradually understood. It turned out that every time the golden-horned centipede wanted to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head. This movement caused its head to be at least 8 feet off the ground, even its body, which was half a foot long, to be lifted off the ground. Then, it would descend again. When the golden-horned centipede raised its head, many of its legs would be lifted off the ground. Its speed would fall sharply. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running. His speed did not change. Thus, every time the golden-horned centipede tried to bite, Hong Yi would escape. This idiot! The mini-man laughed loudly. He was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. While goo worms had limited intelligence, their every action was based on instinct. I helped you escape out of goodwill, but you actually called me an idiot. Hong Yi was dissatisfied. I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden-horned centipede. You idiot! The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi, however, felt resentment. You are the idiot. I told you, the centipede is sleeping, don't be afraid. We can leave after stealing the 100 flowers dew, but you insisted on shouting. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed in his eyes as he showed an embarrassed and angry expression. He opened his mouth to retort, but at the next moment, his eyes widened, his face filled with shock. It turned out that the golden-horned centipede behind him saw that it could not bite Hong Yi, so it changed to another method of attack. That was the golden horn on its head. This was not because it had become smarter. Rather, over the long years, the golden-horned centipede would encounter some large prey that it could not swallow in one bite. In such a situation, it would normally use the golden horn on its head to cut the prey into pieces. Opening its mouth to swallow was the golden-horned centipede's instinct. The golden horn on its head was also an instinct. The golden-horned centipede charged over fiercely, lowering its head. The golden horn moved forward, quickly getting close to Hong Yi's ugh. But there was no helping it. This was the height. Idiot, run! The mini-man saw this dangerous situation. He shivered in fear. His entire body trembled. He could not even hold the hair in his hand firmly. You still dare to call me an idiot? Hong Yi shouted, suddenly raising his voice, like a rooster whose throat was suddenly grabbed. He panicked. He was caught off guard, and of course, there was a heart-wrenching pain. The golden horn had already pierced into Hong Yi's butt. The mini-man felt despair. He was definitely done for this time. But right at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a large margin. He immediately charged out. It turned out that when he screamed, the intense pain caused him to have an epiphany, allowing him to use his killer move in its entirety. Hong Yi thus escaped from danger. Bleeding, bleeding. The mini-man looked at Hong Yi's back as he shouted anxiously. The golden-horned centipede was originally pierced into Hong Yi's butt, but now, Hong Yi had charged out. Both sides separated. It was like a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's butt. The wound was no longer obstructed. Blood naturally flowed out. My butt hurts. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with such intense thoughts. He subconsciously covered his butt, covering the wound. Then, naturally, because of the pain from the wound, his mind was distracted. The movement killer move that he had just activated collapsed, his speed fell again. But the golden horned centipede was still chasing behind him. Another golden horn pierced into the other half of Hong Yi's butt. Oh! Hong Yi screamed in shock again. Next, the same scene happened again. The intense attacks and the sudden intense pain caused Hong Yi to focus his attention in that instant, and he used his killing move again. He ran out again. Blood! Blood is spurting. The mini-man shouted anxiously. There was no helping it. The two wounds were very deep, and with Hong Yi's intense movement, it would be strange if blood did not spurt out. Hong Yi covered his, but as he ran, the golden horned centipede chased him relentlessly. This situation made it hard for him to stop. Oh no, I don't have enough primeval essence. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression turned pale. Gu masters had little primeval essence to begin with. It was not durable. And killer moves used many Gu worms at the same time. The expenditure was huge. After running for so long, Hong Yi was already at his limit. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a dead end. He had no chance of survival. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. My body is so small. I have little meat. Eat him. Eat this idiot. The mini-man was so scared that he fell limp in Hong Yi's hair, mumbling to himself. At this time, Hong Yi's heart was empty. He did not have the mood to argue with the mini-man. Next, at this time, an earth-shattering sword light shot out. In an instant, the world turned white. All living beings lost their voices. The change did not make Hong Yi stop running. After running for a while, he realized something was wrong. Turning around, he was stunned. The rank 5 golden horn centipede Gu was gone. It was completely gone. Along with it, half of the centipede valley was gone. What appeared in front of him was a huge ravine. The edges of the ravine were smooth and flat like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was at a loss. He could not believe it. A sword light. The mini-man was scared silly. Central continent's east coast. Water waves were surging endlessly. Cold air permeated the area, shrouding the surroundings. Children, we are here. This is the profound island, Flying Frost Sect's territory. It is also the place where you will live and change your destinies. The leading Gu master pointed at the distant ice island, introducing it proudly. The youngsters raised their heads, looking over with anticipation. Some of them had sparkling eyes, while others looked extremely excited. Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu immortals. It was not a super force. But in this area of several thousand li, it was the king of the land. The only one that could match it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for the second round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After this report, Flying Frost Sect's reputation spread far and wide. This time, we brought the best seedlings. They might be the batch with the highest aptitude in the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. If we nurture them well, we will definitely strengthen the sect. The leading Gu master looked at these children, his heart surging. The leading Gu master spoke loudly. Children, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now, let me tell you about it. Swoosh. Right at this time, a sword light flashed, causing everyone's vision to blur. They subconsciously closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they were all dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. They were motionless. They were like statues with exaggerated expressions. The vast, profound ice island was nowhere to be seen. A long, slender, and enormous ravine appeared in front of them. Even the seawater was split apart. There was an empty area of 5 to 6 li on the sea surface. The remnant sword path Dalmarks were here. Isolating the water path Dalmarks, the seawater on both sides could not flow in. At once, it formed a strange and domineering scene. Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was holding a walking stick, standing shakily under Heaven Overseeing Tower. His other hand was holding Fate Gu. His withered old hand was slowly caressing Fate Gu. This time, the restoration of Fate Gu was a huge success. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with excitement and joy. Bai Tsang Shui, Lien Zhoshang, and Bai Chen Tian, who had restored Fate Gu with him, had all left Celestial Court, descending to the mortal world. Almost all the Gu immortals in Celestial Court used the hibernation method to extend their lifespan. It was not easy for them to wake up. They had to use every second they had to go to their sects and settle some personal matters, or take care of their sect or bloodline descendants. Celestial Court governed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, most of the Gu immortals in Celestial Court were drawn from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In terms of sect structure, Celestial Court was like a high sect, while the 10 great ancient sects were like low sections. Not all Gu immortals had the chance to enter Celestial Court. Other than having deep attainment in their path, strong battle strength, and at least rank 8 cultivation level, there was another important criterion to enter Celestial Court. That was values. Celestial Court. What was Celestial Court? 3 million years ago, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already explained it clearly. That was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu will regain 50% of its power. If I use Heaven Overseeing Tower again, I will be able to find even more people who have escaped fate. Getting rid of these people will help Fate Gu recover even more. Everything will enter a virtuous cycle. If this continues, Celestial Court will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's emotions surged. He was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. Next, it slashed across Heaven Overseeing Tower at lightning speed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was wide open. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His entire body was stiff as he watched a small section of the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilt and fall to the ground, smashing onto the white jade bricks. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being dazed for a moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted in shock. Chapter 964. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the calm surface of falling heavenly river. Her face was pale, and she felt lingering fear in her heart. When the sword lights shot out, she was the closest Gu immortal to the scene. She personally witnessed this shocking scene. At this moment, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large numbers of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts had incomplete body parts floating in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the sky, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts were hiding and reproducing. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew in it. There were also countless undercurrents, whirlpools, and other natural traps. Even Gu immortals would be in fatal danger if they fell into these traps. Fairy Bai Qing waited for a while, but no more sword lights shot out. She quickly ran into the river and picked up the corpses of the ferocious beasts or the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. This was a huge windfall for her. The wealth was so great that even Fairy Bai Qing was overjoyed. But good times did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts started to show themselves. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see the vague figures of some immemorial desolate beasts through the river water. These ferocious beasts were stimulated by the thick blood water. The flesh and blood that were torn apart by the sword lights were excellent food for these ferocious beasts. More and more ferocious beasts were lured over by the flesh and blood. They started to fight intensely. They crazily bit each other on the river surface, fighting for food and creating huge waves. It was a terrifying sight. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. She looked at the remaining flesh and blood. Her heart was filled with regret. These were excellent Gu refinement immortal materials. The sword lights suddenly shot out. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I go down and find out the truth? Fairy Bai Qing was worried about Feng Kim Hong. This made her hesitant, but in her heart, there was a feeling telling her. Bo Qing's clue should be at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth. Her body turned into a white rainbow. She plunged into falling heavenly river. From the source of the falling heavenly river, the unparalleled sword lights shot out in all directions, covering the entire Zhengzhou state. Whether it was the Centipede Canyon in the middle of Zhengzhou state, the Flying Frost Pavilion in the east of Zhengzhou state, or even the high and mighty Celestial Court, They were all disturbed by the sword light. For a moment, Zhongzhou's state was shocked. Celestial Court. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hands did not stop moving. After reacting, he started to repair Heaven overseeing Tower. Bai Qintian, Bai Shui, and Lian Jiusheng had been summoned back. At this moment, they were all rushing back. The injuries caused by the sword light were very troublesome. The sword path Dao marks seemed to be corrosive. Although the remaining Heaven overseeing Tower was still standing, it could not last for long. If the sword Dao marks were allowed to continue invading, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous losses. Although the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu was a huge success, it is time to use it. But Heaven overseeing Tower was cut in half. Was this a coincidence? Or, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chuntian returned first, followed by Bai Shui. Last was Lian Jiusheng. Lian Jiusheng was delayed for a while, but because of this, he brought detailed information. I found out, the sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. The whole of Central Continent is in chaos now. Falling Heavenly River's source. Isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Shui cried out in shock. Mentioning Bo Qing, the four immortals of Celestial Court had complex emotions. Back then, they had tried to recruit Bo Qing, but Bo Qing's ideals did not match theirs. He did not even pass the door of Celestial Court. Bo Qing, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was deep. Investigate. We need to investigate clearly. Fairy Shui, you specialize in water path. I will trouble you to make this trip. The three of us will stay here. Focus on repairing Heaven overseeing Tower. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of unease. The other three immortals' expressions shook. Among them, Bai Qintian said, Heaven overseeing Tower Lord, you control Heaven overseeing Tower and Fate Gu. This feeling of unease cannot be underestimated. We need to move quickly. Central Continent. Combat Immortal Sect. The source of Falling Heavenly River has changed. It seems like Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jinlai Yang, go and investigate the truth. I will give you 2 slots for rank 6 Gu Immortals. You can choose from them. Combat Immortal Sects. First Supreme Elders will floated in the air. Gu Immortal Jinlai Yang was in the fire. He was tall and sturdy. He had golden hair and fiery eyes. His rank 7 aura was extremely strong. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, not giving face to First Supreme Elder. You should look for Shirlei for this matter. He is the immortal Monkey King. Feng Jioge is no longer around. He is already the number 1 rank 7 in Central Continent. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jinlai Yang, although Shirlei is strong, the huge combat immortal sect does not belong to him alone. He has already made enough contributions in exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Do you want him to make more contributions? Jinlai Yang's mind moved. He suddenly thought of something. He jumped out of the burning fire, cupping his fists. Heh! First Supreme Elder's words are right. I wanted to increase my fire path Dao marks by 17 or 18 first. In that case, I will set off immediately. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing. Go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother. You came out of closed cultivation? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming saw the person in front of him and was overjoyed. He quickly bowed. This person wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was tall and had a refined appearance. He nodded with a smile. I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This time, I was ordered to investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River. I hope you can help me. Hong Chi Ming breathed in deeply, saying sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. If not for First Senior Brother's help back then, how could I be where I am today? Hong Chi Ming is willing to serve you. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There is a change in Falling Heavenly River's source. Who should we send to investigate? First Supreme Elder was not present. Second Supreme Elder was in charge. Second Supreme Elder might not know, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source. Li Junying's will said, Oh, did she find some clues? Some Gu Immortals could not help but connect the dots. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has rank 6 peak stage cultivation. She is not enough to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the sect is currently lacking in battle strength. Who should we send to reinforce Bai Qing? Su Hao's will laughed heartily. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation has already advanced to rank 7, but she secretly concealed it and did not report it. Oh, there is such a thing? I remember that she is still some time away from her first rank 7 calamity. Su Hao calmly replied. This matter is undeniably true. Before Feng Jiega went to Northern Plains, he used a time path immortal goo to secretly raise Fairy Bai Qing's cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder pondered for a while before saying, Fairy Bai Qing becoming a rank 7 goo immortal is the fortune of our spirit affinity house. When she returns, we will bestow immeasurable peak to her. Also, open the treasury and allow her to choose a rank 7 immortal goo. As for the matter of falling heavenly river, we will not send any reinforcements. We will only inform her of the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's orders. Tian Ti Mountain. Such swordlight, Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, for the sake of love. Maybe this is the birth of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Master Jiani Sheng raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was filled with excitement and longing. With this huge change, the source of falling heavenly river is definitely the gathering place of Gu immortals. Maybe I can take advantage of the situation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects might be strong, but if they eat the meat, I can at least drink the soup, right? Thinking of this, Jiani Sheng made up his mind and flew out of Tian Ti Mountain, towards the northwest horizon. Be it the righteous path led by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or the demonic path, or even lone immortals like Jiani Sheng, they all had their own plans. Countless gazes were gathered at the source of the falling heavenly river from a distance. Bo Qing, pseudo-immortal venerable, the number 1 person below the venerable realm since ancient times. These titles, these sealed memories, became fresh again. Countless sword lights wreaked havoc in Central Continent, reminding the world of Bo Qing's strength. A rumor started from an unknown source, but it spread further and further, affecting everyone's nerves. The scattering of sword lights this time is a backup plan left behind by Bo Qing before he died. He wants to remind the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared. Although he died, he did not want it to go to the wrong person. He wants to use this chance to choose the most suitable inheritor. Thus, the shock from the sword lights might gradually turn into greed and lust. Central Continent's Gu immortal world was shaken. Countless Gu immortals, even old monsters who had concealed their identities for 100 years, started to rush towards falling heavenly river. Central Continent was in turmoil. A huge dispute that involved the whole of Central Continent was about to unfold at the source of falling heavenly river. But in southern border, it was calm. Lush green mountains and rustling pines. On a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Old Man Inkstone was sitting in the pavilion, playing chess. There was a huge rock in front of him. Star path Dao marks crisscrossed on the flat rock surface. Some were horizontal, some were vertical, some were diagonally inserted, forming a dazzling diagram. Old Man Inkstone was playing the famous astrolabe chessboard. A figure descended from the sky. Instantly, the stone pavilion was filled with cold air. You are looking for me? Bai Ningbing coldly stared at Old Man Inkstone's back. Old Man Inkstone slowly turned around, facing Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing continued in a cold voice. Although you helped me become an immortal, I am not a subordinate that you can order around easily. Old Man Inkstone smiled, saying softly, Do you know? Feng Yuan is about to return. Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. She squinted, concealing the sharp light in her eyes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.